With all due respect, I don't have pity for you black niggas. That's the way I feel. Screaming Black Lives Matter, all the black guys rather be deadbeats than pay your bills. Yelling nigga this and nigga that. Call everybody nigga and get a nigga mad. As soon as I say nigga, then everyone react and wanna swing at me and call me racist cause I ain't black. We'll pound that then. Talking about slavery like you was around back then. Like you was picking cotton off the fucking ground back then. Like you was on the plantation getting down back then. Alright, look. I see a black man aiming his gun, but I'd rather see a black man claiming his son. And I don't mean just for one day and you done. I mean, you still trapped in a rut. I work my ass off and pay my taxes for what? So you can keep living off free government assistance, food stamps for your children, but you still trying to sell them for some weed and some liquor or a fucking babysitter while you party on the road cause you ain't got no fucking goals? You already late. You motherfuckers need to get your damn priorities straight. Wait. It's like you proud to be fake, but you lazy as fuck. And you rather sell drugs and get a job and be straight, and then you turn around and complain about the poverty rate. Fuck out of my face. You can't escape problems. You can pray for some change, but can't break a dollar. Got nobody else to blame, so you blame Donald. You fucked the world with a Make America Great condom. My voice been back. I'm not racist. My sister's boyfriend's black. I'm not racist. My sister-in-law's baby cousin Tracy got a brother and his girlfriend's black. My head's in the cloud. Heard there's not enough jobs for all the men in your house. Maybe we should build a wall to keep the Mexicans out. Or maybe we should send them all to the ghetto for now. I'm not racist. And I never lied, but I think there's a disconnect between your culture and mine. I worship the Einsteins, studied the Steve Jobs, but you ride Tupac's dick like he was a fucking god. Oh my God. And all you care about is rapping and stunting and being ratchet, and that's the nigga within you. Music rot in your brain and slowly start to convince you. Then you let your kids listen and then the cycle continues. Blame it all on the menu, blame it on those drinks, blame it on everybody except for your own race. Blame it on white privileges, blame it on white kids, and just blame it on white citizens. Aim at the vice president. Watch your class clowns. Niggas kneeling on the field, that's a flag down. How dare you try to make demands for this money? You gon' show us some respect, you gon' stand for this country, nigga. I'm not racist. I'm just prepared for this type of war. I heard Eminem's rap at the awards. Who's he fighting for? Y'all can take that motherfucker too. He ain't white no more. It's like you wanna be so famous. You'll do anything for attention and a little payment. I can't take you nowhere without people pointing fingers. Pants hanging off your ass, you ain't got no home training. Put your fucking pants up, nigga. Put that suit back on. Take that do-rag off. Take that goat out your mouth. Quit the pitiful stuff. And then maybe police and stop killing you fucks. So what the fuck? I'm not racist. It's like we're living in the same building but split into 2 floors. I'm not racist. But there's 2 sides to every story. I wish that I knew yours. I wish that I knew yours. I'm not racist. I swear. With all disrespect, I don't really like you white motherfuckers. That's just where I'm at. Screaming all lives matter is a protest to my protest. What kind of shit is that? And that's one war you'll never win. The power in the word nigga is a different sin. We shouldn't say it, but we do, and that's just what it is. But that don't mean that you can say it just cause you got nigga friends. Nigga. That word was originated for you to keep us under. And when we use it, we know that's just how we greet each other. And when you use it, we know there's a double meaning under. And even if I wasn't picking cotton physically, that don't mean I'm not infected by the history. My grandmama was a slave, that shit gets to me, and you ain't got no motherfucking sympathy, you pussy nigga. I'm sorry, you can never feel my life. Trying to have faith, but I never felt alright. It's hard to elevate when this country's ran by whites, judging me by my skin color and my blackness. Trying to find a job and ain't nobody call me back yet. Now I gotta sell drugs and put food in my cabinet. You crackers ain't slick, this is all a part of your tactics. Don't talk about no motherfucking taxes when I ain't making no dough. You think you know everything, but you don't. You wanna copy our slang and everything that we know. Try to steal black culture and make it your own. Whoa. Fuck, I'm exhausted. I can't even drive without the cops trying to start shit. I'm tired of this systematic racism bullshit. All you do is false shit, just the shit that I'm false with. And you don't know shit about my people, that's what bothers you. You don't know about no fried chicken or no barbecue. You don't know about the 2-step or no loose change. You don't know about no 2 chains or no Kool-Aid. You don't know. And even though Barack was half as black, you hated President Obama, I know that's a fact. You couldn't wait to get him out and put a cracker back. And then you gave us Donald Trump, and I was paid back for that. I'm not racist. I never lied, but I noticed a disconnect between your culture and mine. Yeah, I praise Tupac like he was a fucking god. He was fighting for his life way before he fucking died, nigga. Die, nigga. And all you care about is money and power and being ugly, and that's the cracker within you. Hatred all in your brain that slowly start to convince you. Then you teach it to your children until the cycle continue. Blame it on Puerto Rico, blame it on OJ, blame it on everybody except for your own race. Blame it on black niggas and blame it on black citizens. Aim at the black businesses. I ain't saying I'm innocent, but I might be any day now. Treating everybody how you want in any way how. I swear North Korea about to bomb us any day now. And now I'm ducking every time I hear a fucking plane now. Shit. You know I make a lot of sense, but you just can't admit it. When Eminem went against Trump, that was the illest. Cause even though he's white, he let us know he's standing with us. I'm not racist, but I cry a lot. You don't know what it's like to be in a frying pot. You don't know what it's like to mind your business and get stopped by the cops. And I know if you about to die or not. You worry about your life, so you take mine. I love you, but I fucking hate you at the same time. I wish we could trade shoes, so we could change lives, so we can understand each other more, but that'll take time. I'm not racist. It's like we living in the same building, but split into both sides. I'm not racist. But there's two sides to every story, and now you know mine. Can't erase the scars with a bandage. Hoping maybe we can come to an understanding. Agree to disagree, we can have an understanding.
Agree to disagree.
I'm not racist.
And we can have an understanding. You dig? We can have an understanding. Welcome everybody to Thick Skin Only tonight. Welcome everybody. How's everybody doing? I'm over here. I got my, my partner in crime. She's right here.
Hi.
Hey, and everybody knows she's a white girl. She's considered a cracker, like I'm considered a nigga. Yeah. And let's talk some real shit tonight. And y'all know Maurice Doak. It's not, you know what? Maybe I can be racist, but I ain't prejudiced. With color with me sometimes. Sometimes I just say I can be. Sometimes I say racist jokes. So I guess by me saying racist jokes and talk to shit and bring this shit to the forefront, that means I can be sometimes.
So but you can be a bigot.
Yeah, we all bigoted in certain ways. And let me be honest. Let me stop lying to people. Let me stop lying. I told you no secret that I grew up. My mama didn't like Mexicans, but she didn't hate them. She should have them at her crib drinking Corona with them, but she'll talk shit about how they can't drive.
It had to be a Corona. It couldn't have been a Budweiser.
No, the motherfucker drunk Corona over there. You dig? I'm just saying, y'all, and this is a controversial video. Remember, this is Thick Skin Only. So if you don't like what I'm about to say, please kindly get off here because I'm going to say some stuff. Half of y'all in the chat room ain't going to like what I'm going to say. Y'all might pretend it, but y'all won't like it, black or white. I'm just like, this is an open panel.
It doesn't matter if you're black or
white. See, I want raw in the cut, you dig? And so
there is an inspiration behind this today, though. I think a lot of people have talked about it. There was a panel earlier that led to another panel and to many other panels. So here it is.
Here it is. Bam. In your face, goddamn. This is the dope jam. Thick Skin Only.
And this is going to be kind of fucked up because, both of us can see it from both sides.
Yeah, I can. Oh, my God. I can see niggas fuck up. I can see white folks fuck up. I can see every motherfuckers fuck up. But I'm going to tell the motherfucking truth. I'm not going to sit up there and act like racism don't exist. I'm triggered already.
But can black people be racist?
Can black people be racist? Or can white people? I'm just saying, people always say black people can't be racist right here. Like my boy Dre, I love my boy Dre, man. I wish he'd come up here on the panel because he said the other day black people can't be racist because, you know what I'm saying? I listen. I don't argue with him.
The argument is that they don't. This is the argument. I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying the argument is that they cannot be racist because they don't control anything to affect anybody else's life.
Yeah.
That's the argument.
And
not saying I agree.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
My thing about okay, I want to ask on a black person thing. I'm giving my opinion. If you want to ask me, baby, ask me, can a black person be racist? Ask me right now.
Can a black person be racist?
Hell fucking yeah. I got a sister. You got ABWs. You got angry black woman. That's racist right there. I got a sister. I promise you, she turned her nose up when she see a black man walking with a white woman. Her favorite words is, "This is where all our niggas are going." She turned her nose up, and then she the same one, like, "Oh, how you doing?" Laughing the motherfucking face. I'm being honest with you. I got a sister that I ain't close with. She's an angry black woman.
Now you gotta ask me the question.
I'm at you because can white people be racist?
Fuck yeah.
Okay, explain that. But the way I just said it in a different way.
Of course, they can be racist. We've watched this.
Yes.
Many times.
Yes.
It's like the same program on repeat.
Repeat. Yeah. Same side, different coins, right? Same coin. What's the side?
Well, what the fuck ever.
What the fuck, whatever it is. Yeah, I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying.
So, yeah, it exists everywhere. But I think, in my opinion, we need to know the difference between racism, tribalism, self-preservation, etc. Now, people would say, that's an oxymoron. No, I don't believe so. Because at the end of the day, the number one rule is self-preservation for anybody. Tribalism is something that comes along with the game.
The game.
Racism, completely different. It's my opinion.
Yes, she has her opinion. And it's the motherfucking truth. Tribalism, racism, everything. And it goes like this here. But I thank God, I'm going to tell you this. I don't see color, I see character. I don't blame shit on motherfucking white folks. I don't blame shit on motherfucker. I don't give a fuck. I don't blame shit on. Yes, I do blame some shit on niggas. See, that's the thing. I go on what I see, and me, I'm telling y'all as me who I am. People like, hey Mo, Reese, hey, let's go to that bar across the street. I was like, no, man, I don't like being about a bunch of niggas. So I want to go to the suburb. I want to go to a better neighborhood because I ain't trying to get shots. I'm not trying to, you know what I'm saying, get all stupid, man. And then they take you with me. You get white women sneering at you, black women sneering because we interracial. But at least them motherfuckers, we go out there. I ain't got to worry about too much shit out there. I'm just saying on my perspective on that.
It's hard, especially when you have older, in my position, you have older black women that will tell me, they do not like you. Don't fuck with these people. And I'm like, wow, really? I don't want to have that attitude because I try to take up for I try to protect everybody and give everybody a fair shot.
Yeah.
But when you have, when people are constantly in your ear telling you to believe something, it's like growing up. If somebody tells you you're stupid, you're stupid, you're stupid, you're stupid.
Yes.
Eventually, you're going to fucking believe that you're stupid.
Mm-hmm. That you're stupid. You're going to believe that.
But the crazy part, and I've told this to people before, in my life right now, for the last 15 years, I know more black people that have more generational wealth than I do white people.
Yeah. Look. My ancestors wasn't slaves. And that's a fact. I know my family tree. We were not slaves.
Didn't you have servants, sir?
Yes, servants, but we treated them right, and you dig, and we had nigger lovers on our side. You dig? We had nigger lovers.
So basically, he's saying if you put his whole family tree in a picture, you are gonna see all the way from white to dark. Correct?
Hmm. Well, look, covert. Let's look at the chat room. Yeah, for real. This is a controversial video. What's up, Gina? I see Gina in the house.
How you doing?
How you doing, Gina? Good to see y'all.
John.
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 Wait, where that sand nigga at? There you go. See, I'm so racist. I keep calling him a sand nigga. So do that make me racist? Yes.
Shout out to the people on Twitter. I know it's a few, but we appreciate you.
Yeah, Twitter. Hold on, let me get a Twitter. The motherfucking shout out. Less than 1% black of the U.S. are related to slaves. I'm gonna open this panel in a little bit, yo.
Yes, in just a few minutes, the panel will be open.
In just a few minutes, you know.
But in the state of current events, what are we gonna do?
Yeah, what are we gonna do?
Are we gonna continue the fuckery?
Yeah.
Or are we going to be concerned about what's going to happen with our children, our grandchildren, and take hold of the country and decide that, you know, unfortunately, it was a fucked up scenario today on YouTube. And I don't appreciate white people like that, coming and representing. Just as you say sometimes you don't like certain people and how they come across because you feel like you have to be accountable for them. Correct?
Yeah.
And you don't. And that's the thing we need to understand, that each individual has to be accountable for themselves. We don't have to take accountability as a group, you know, for the whole group per se.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Because I don't agree with what happened today. And I don't like to see that shit because it makes one person, you know, look inferior when they're not, or, you know, it's a bad look, period.
For real talk. Oh, we got Ray D up in here, man. You welcome back. New sub up in the house.
But maybe if people were more honest about this and we could understand each other, it'd be a little bit easier because we don't have much time left.
We don't.
The clock is ticking and we are so fucking far behind.
And we need to get back to life and back to reality. If we don't get back to life and reality, we would never face reality. Because if you face reality, guess what? You're going to face the fact. You're going to face the truth. You're going to face the proof. Go ahead, baby, because I'm triggered.
I mean, how many people really look towards statistics for all their answers? I'm sorry, but I'm not going to believe 97% of what they say.
No.
Even when it comes to population, crime, any of that. I don't believe that shit. I believe they tell us what they want us to know, and that's it.
That's it. Real shit.
And it's a constant tug of war.
A tug of war, for real. You got the tug of war. Like, motherfuckers want to just keep on pulling until somebody falls into the mud, until somebody's get dirty, until somebody get filthy, until somebody is gonna be full of filth. Do we need anybody else full of filth? Oh, let me calm down. Because I'm triggered already.
Yeah, relax.
I know. Let me calm down before I get an aneurysm.
Sometimes I think, and like I said, this is my opinion. Okay. Sometimes I think everybody should have to experience the military. Now, I'm not saying combat, but I'm saying that people aren't always, a lot of kids are raised by kids. And I think the military brings a different perspective. It forces people to interact and be on the same page. Now, am I going into that's the answer to your career? And I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying the military gives people, it intertwines people on the same page.
Dude, I said hit the bowl, mow down. Like, calm down.
Yeah, He likes to yell. He should be a preacher.
That's the art. Look, hey, I remember Gina. You saw like, oh, here go the Mo yell. Look, that's how you track. You like, there go the Mo yell.
Cover my ears.
The Mo yell, like, oh shit. That's how she saw me first. The Mo yell. Y'all know how that Mo yell get. I get too passionate. But it's let me calm down, okay? Baby, go ahead, because I'm triggered.
No, that's a great comment. I think black and whites both have some very extreme people. Oh, I can't see it anymore.
You was about to end the rock. You want to hit that button?
No, I'm not going to do that. To the point where they hate their own and aren't equally loyal to their own race. Let me say this. No person, no race, whatever. There is no blind loyalty. Maybe in certain, like you said, certain extremist groups, there is a loyalty. But regular people, we don't have a blind loyalty. It's like respect. You have to earn it.
Right.
It's not just given. So I'm not just going to respect or be loyal to some white person because they look like me.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, not sorry. You know.
Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, Kelly's on spot on. You know, she calming me down because I'm triggered right now, man. I'm triggered. I'm a triggered nigger. Call me triggered nigger.
I wish we could show our face, but my sinuses are bad. I'm sorry, my eyes are puffy.
We ain't showing the face. We just doing a radio podcast tonight. We don't need all that. We keep the avatars tonight. I do better with the avatars anyway.
So anyway, what we're gonna do is open up the panel.
Open up the battle.
Other people on.
Yep.
And get their opinions, and then we'll springboard from that.
Transport for that. So, John, go ahead and send a link. I'll text you the link.
If you get offensive, I'm kicking your ass off.
Yep. Get out of here.
Not like that. Not offensive, but
you're going backstage.
If you get too out of pocket, you're out of there.
So, hey, Blogger Ray, you want to come up? Come upstairs. Anybody want to come upstairs, man? Everybody has a voice. Come upstairs.
It's not just the black community where you can say every man for themselves. I mean, yeah, like I said, there's certain extremist groups that may come together or a few like-minded people here and there. But for the most part, it's everybody for themselves. You know, I would say families for themselves. I don't see a big group of people like, yeah, we're going to band together. Because think of it this way. Like for me, I have a biracial son.
Yeah.
What is the old adage say? You know, we get outcasted, don't you know?
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're not able to go back to the white community.
Yeah.
Fuck out of here. But anyway.
Get the fuck out of here, yo. You heard me?
It like the rest of my family disowned me because I did that.
Oh man,
please.
Fuck yeah.
You want to be truthful. My son has gotten more than most of my other cousins' kids. Honestly. I don't know where that fuck RBR is, but you know what? When I see him tomorrow, I'm surely gonna get on his panel.
Man, fuck that fuck boy.
Because I'm tired of that dumbass motherfucker in his chat room.
Man, fuck that narcissist. He think everybody's a fucking coon.
And he thinks racist DNA. I can quote all this
my
shit.
God. Why don't you just shut the fuck up, RBR? Always talking shit.
He said my white privilege card has been revoked. Fuck it. I ain't never had one. I ain't never had one.
You ain't never had one anyway. Baby, you got some black dick right here.
What does that mean?
So you ain't got too much white privilege? You look, they don't like that shit. Let's be honest, a lot of the white men don't like that shit.
Yeah, and there's like people, if everybody knows this,
that's not a white privilege.
There is truth in every stereotype. That's just the bottom line. It's the way the world fucking goes around.
And I like white pussy. I got white pussy right here. This is thick skin only, everybody, tonight. Leave your feelings at home. You don't like what I say, get the fuck off my motherfucking feed. Nigga. Next. Oh, so we'll see who's gonna come on the panel. Anybody? It's an open link. Here's an open link. You know, unless you want to stay in the chat room and talk, me and Kelly can go on this all day. we don't give a fuck. You know,
going on this all day. Yeah, I guess because it is touchy. People don't want to talk.
They don't have to talk about it. I'm gonna talk about it. They got Melissa right here.
They don't want to touch it.
There you go. There you go, Melissa. Hold on. Where you at, Melissa?
I'm right here, back in the woods of freaking Ventura, Oregon.
Back in the woods.
Back in the woods.
I am. Like my daughter, I got a freaking notice from the health department that she was in contact with the COVID-19 positive. I was like, you got to be kidding me. So yeah, here we are. No symptoms.
No symptoms.
No symptoms. Well, little symptoms, but all the symptoms are actually very mild. So, like, I can't believe I'm doing this live. So, yeah, nope. I got the freaking health department freaking called me up, said my daughter was exposed to somebody positive with COVID-19. And I thought, you gotta freaking be kidding me. I said, well, when and where was she at when she was exposed? And they said, well, on the 22nd. And I said, all right, well, none of us are sick. But even, okay, so finally, we're moving anyways, like in the total process of moving out in the total rednecks, like the highest population is 60 people. So that'll let you know, it's like totally living off the grid. So I took her up here. And we've only had mild symptoms, like straight up freaking a headache, mild headache, not a migraine, minor sore throat, like strep throat. It is worse than the symptoms we're getting. But this is where we're at. COVID is a joke.
Okay. You know, the thing is, Melissa, I think COVID is a joke, right? But I'm not denying that people are not dying from it. But I believe that they're making it is what it really ain't. It ain't really what it looks like. You know what I'm saying? They just turned it into a political agenda and for more people. In that case, when motherfuckers had the swine motherfucking flu, why they didn't have the mask when they had the motherfucking other type of diseases out there? You dig what I'm saying? Why it's all a I believe it's real, but I believe they just launched it because of the election coming. I guarantee you, if this was not 2020, it wouldn't be no COVID-19.
Yep, I agree 100%.
What is everybody going to talk about after November? Is there any other subjects other than Trump?
This is all political. It's all money and it's all political. Like once I actually got quarantined with my daughter, I'll admit that like it's absolutely
Melissa,
money, politics,
Melissa,
and that's it. What's up, Mo?
Melissa, all I'm saying is right now, you know, I get that, right? All I'm saying is, after November, man, what we all gonna fight for then?
Yeah, well,
I mean, if Trump were to lose, not saying he's gonna lose. If Trump were to lose right now, what will we all fight for, man? Would everybody hide? Will we still be fighting, or will we still be yelling Trump and Trump ain't in office no more? What would you fight for if Trump is not in office for again?
Well, I praise God that somebody is pretty powerful like he is and has.
I know, but we can't depend on. We can't depend on the government, though. I'm just saying, where do we go from here? I'm just saying.
We're gonna have to stand our own ground, I guess.
Yeah. And that's all I want to get at, Melissa.
But in order to stand our ground, we have other things that we have to work through first. Because apparently there's a huge disconnect in our communities where we hate each other.
Yes.
We have disdain for each other. Some think that they're better than others. It's a plethora of things that I could list that have nothing to do with government other than the fact that they don't give a fuck about that because it doesn't affect their life. They are the 1 to 5% of people that it doesn't matter. So us down here can be fighting and slaughtering each other where it makes no effect to their small percentage of people that own and run everything.
Well, we're gonna have to vote. We're gonna have to vote them Dems out in each and every state. Every state. You know.
But
I would love to.
Why?
Well, and if you can't vote them out and they fraudulent your vote, we're gonna have to stand up.
Right, but the government is not gonna fucking save us. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, fuck the government. I don't give a fuck about the government. Anyways, it's like our time to actually just stand up against our states and say
That's all I'm saying.
More. We don't want no more. We want our rights. We want our rights to our first, second, third, fourth, fifth, 10th freaking amendment. It doesn't matter. We want our Constitution. We want what our four founding fathers fought for us, and that's it. We don't want this bullshit happening in the goddamn Congress.
Don't you think that these forefathers, that this Constitution should be updated, considering we have came a long way since then to now?
No, absolutely not. I don't think they need to mess with the fucking Constitution at all. I think that's what they're doing right now, is they're trying to rewrite it. I absolutely disagree with that. Do not rewrite the Constitution of the United States. In 1776 is when the Constitution was founded.
Okay, right, but in 1776, the temperature was a lot different. Meaning, in 1776, the playing field was not equal amongst people. Okay, there was a lot of things that have changed since then.
But would you actually trust our Democrats in the House to change our Constitution to now to benefit us all?
I don't trust none of them. I don't give a fuck if they're Democrat, Republican, alien, etc.
That's why I say leave it alone.
Okay. Hey, Carol, what you got to say, Carol?
I definitely think that they need to make some amendments to the Constitution, and
you got to be careful.
As a collective, no, and I get that. As a collective, we have to stipulate that, until all men and women are, equal, and everybody's on the same, basically, playing field. Nobody has any leg up over anybody else. Then, that's where equality really starts. If people are able to be prosecuted for the overt racism and the intentional little petty things that a lot of these countries and these companies and these governments are allowing to happen, then we're not going to see any change.
They are playing as politics. So you're talking about like the 14th Amendment.
Basically.
They are playing politics. That's all this is right here, right now. Is all playing politics. It's money. They're using COVID-19 for money and politics. And we should not change anything. We should be very careful about all of this.
Well, there's also an amendment that's going around that is on a petition. Amendment? Yes.
Oh my God.
That allows for the lawmakers and the elected public officials to be able to be held to the same standards of law as the civilians. When they are held to the same standards as the rest of the public that are affected most by those laws, and some groups of people more so, then, that's when real equality and real progress gets made. But the playing field has not been level since before the Declaration of Independence. It really hasn't. Because
that's scary.
If it was, then, you know, we wouldn't have had to have the civil rights era that allowed basically the descendants of slaves and the people that came over here, the migrants, you know, all of the people that came here either by their own choice or by force to be able to have the rights to vote.
Well, this is the scary part about all of this. It's all politics, and the Democrats have all been involved in the last 40, 50 years. We are going to lose our Second Amendment right, period, if they change it at all. And if we lose our Second Amendment right, that means we lose our First Amendment right. And that's it. And therefore, it's the New World Order. That's it, period.
And so that's where the pushback comes in.
We will all be slaves. We will all be slaves.
We've already been slaves.
We've been slaves for years. It's not any race and slaves whatsoever. We've been slaves for years, paying into bullshit taxes and everything else. But I'm just saying, if I cannot agree for them to change the Constitution at all, for the fact that I'm going to die.
Democrat. Like the Republicans haven't played.
I'm a constitutional.
But I don't blame it on the Democrats.
I'm not anything on Dems or Republicans, whatever. All that shit needs to be hogwash. But I do not want to mess with the Constitution. Period. I'm a constitutional.
So you wouldn't be down for the public officials within the limits of DC and the limits of each state capital where they hold Congress and they get together and they make these laws for them to be able to be accountable for all the same criminal offenses as the rest of everybody?
Oh, absolutely. I think they all should be accountable.
So that's a change to that's an amendment change.
But I know. Did you even see the AG Barr freaking hearing today?
I don't have cable TV.
Good
Don't
God.
give a fuck about it.
Dude, AG Barr hearing today was a freaking joke, and it was a freaking slaughterhouse.
I love Melissa.
I love you too, Mo. But I watched the freaking hearing today on the AG Barr and the whole manslaughter that those freaking dude, everybody in the house
come up likewise
didn't give him a voice whatsoever. All they did was lecture him, lecture, and anytime he had a voice, they were like, "Yep, no." They took what was it called? It was like, "Oh, you're taking my time, sir." Like, what? Are you kidding me? You got to pay attention to what's really going on. They are taking AG Barr to court. It's his trial, but he doesn't have a voice in it.
Okay, Melissa, look, you on another topic though.
I know, my bad.
I know you jump into another topic. I'm just like, I'm just asking you. See, just answer this question. You know, this is a panel, and what we gonna do after November, whether Trump win or lose? Like I'm gonna ask you, Carolyn, and I'm pretty sure you feel me on. What we gonna do? What you gonna do after November?
Continue to make sure I have provisions for my family to be able to survive on when all of the major food shortages really start kicking in. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to make sure that we have a adequate backup plan for if we need to leave the area. I'm going to make sure that we have everything in place that we need to succeed. Because win or lose, either way, we still have to have all those things in place.
Yes, correct. That is correct.
But how?
Because either way, regardless of whoever wins, it's going to be a shit show after that.
It's a total shit show now, and it's going to be a real shit show then.
Yep,
for sure. Mm-hmm.
Right. So back to what we started with is how do we go forward as a people? Now, the only way to combat this is numbers. In order to have numbers, we have to have people on the same team.
Correct.
That's fact.
And we can't get on the same team if we don't see eye to eye. Now, we may not agree on everything, but if we based it on common core values, I think we get a little bit further because I think we have more in common than we would imagine, per se.
That's absolute fact, because everybody at the end of the day needs to have security. They need to know that they've got food. They need to know that they've got shelter. They need to know that they've got some sort of creature comfort to keep them safe and sane. And they need to be able to have some form of hope going forward. And I think that's one of the hard parts to have dealing with right now is, you know,
I knew it.
Looking through all of these possible directions of where this country is going, we got to have some sort of positive going forward.
1 second, Carolyn. I fucking knew it, John. I've been telling my dad, I've been telling my son this for months. I knew he was gonna pick her. I knew it. I was just waiting for it.
I love John.
She got her nice little facelift to carry her forward into this election year.
I knew it.
Yeah, John knows where I'm from. We're both from Oregon, so we're dealing with the. You know, I'm actually kind of glad that Portland, Oregon, is making national news now, and it's a shame or a sham that all these freaking news broadcasts are trying to call Portland, Oregon, a freaking peaceful protest, because it's not.
But why? Here's the thing. Why the fuck ain't nobody? Why is nobody doing anything about it?
I have live videos of my friends in Portland, Oregon doing it, and they're censored. They censored them out. Welcome to censor free, right? We are doing something about it. We're live videoing.
As a collective, we should be able to control the people. How have they controlled the masses for years with mainstream media, and we can't keep a group of 300 to 400 under control?
Yeah, well,
nobody wants to smoke. Nobody's ready for real. Everybody.
Welcome to communism.
No, it's welcome to we're some pussies.
It is
socialism.
Communism. It's communism.
Because technically we have the numbers. How does 1% control 99%? That makes no sense.
They have the money. They have the money.
99% should be able to get the money.
Well,
and they getting it from everybody. They getting it from everybody. Every time food prices go up, every time gas prices go up, every time the cost of living goes up and there isn't a change, they get money.
Yep, it's George Soros.
Oh, he ain't funded.
Ain't the only one, you dig?
Yes.
And I'm going to challenge likewise, because there are food shortages in my grocery store that I frequent all the time.
Likewise,
there are several different sections that are missing a lot of the main products.
I know. Come on, likewise. Don't be shy. You'll be all right.
Even here, we have items that are not available, and we are limited in buying. When they do get supplies in, you are limited to what you can purchase.
Yep, and that in itself is a shortage.
Like, go look for. Well, I guess you could send 4 people in to buy ibuprofen. You could send 4 people in to buy 2. Cleaning supplies, you know.
Hey, let you know, all this COVID, I'm having to self-quarantine. I haven't had to use freaking ibuprofen 1 for a fever, nothing for this COVID bullshit. It's a freaking bullshit.
I can't call it bullshit though. I can't.
I would call it bullshit because most of the deaths were happening in nursing homes. Okay, so for example, I got from another county. There was this guy that fell off a ladder. He was 70-something years old. He fell off a ladder. He got sick. The family is actually suing. So he got sick, or he didn't get sick. He fell off a ladder. He was injured. He went to the hospital. He died of injuries. They called his death COVID-19.
Money.
Yep.
And it's all to take the money.
Yep. So
it's all a scam to money.
Don't freaking make his life in vain. He died of injuries.
That's where I swear that's where they're getting all the funds to be able to try to do all of these different drug companies to make this vaccine.
Absolutely. And it's bullshit. And I won't take the vaccine. Nope. Because you know what? Even if I do have COVID, I probably do. I'm fine. It's less than strep throat. Period. Strep throat, you get fucking.
You know, Hope was just up here last week talking about her hospital, and she actually was crying and upset about it. How I think 4 of her units were full of COVID.
Yeah.
So to call it a joke, no, I can't do that.
No, and I know people that have had it, and people that have survived it, and people that have died from it.
Yeah.
Right. I believe it's a total real thing, but it ain't as big epidemic like pandemic as it should be. More people die from influenza. More people die from just having a low immune system to bullshit.
More people die from abortion every day.
Yep.
You know what?
Defund the abortion clinics, just saying, because more babies die every day than they do from fucking COVID. Where is Michelle? I need her.
It's a fact.
It
is an absolute fact. And they're not talking about that. And anything that goes against the agenda is not highlighted. It's literally deleted from every form of social media there is. Any of the doctors that are coming out saying that, you know, the main basis of why hydroxychloroquine actually works is because it basically breaks down the outer cell wall of the virus itself, and it kills the acidity.
Mm-hmm.
And it keeps it from replicating in your body.
Now, he said it the best. Who's that? DJ Isolated. We argue about politics, race, and religion. They stay laughing and making money. Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly, DJ.
You know, I really...
You want to come up, DJ? Shit.
I really appreciate where I live because I live in a pretty remote area. And even the positive that was confirmed that my daughter was exposed to in town, they're not testing it, all of us, because they want to keep the positives down.
Okay.
Because the more positives means the more shutdown. And
yeah, this is an open panel, DJ.
It's like a radio. It's like a radio show. Everybody coming on. No one showing avatars.
We started somewhere, but we ended up somewhere else.
Yeah.
I didn't really want to talk about COVID, but
no, I didn't want to talk about it.
Well, we could also spin it to the other direction and say, how come they are promoting people of color to be the first test subjects for this vaccine?
Thank you.
Right?
Thank you.
Knowing what the side effects are there, and that's one of the conversations that Mr. Gil Bates had on one of the mainstream media channels and was questioned about. Is there were several people that had overwhelming and outstanding side effects from these new things, and there's quite a few others that have said that the different countries and places that they've already got some available, that people are dying as soon as they get these because it's been pushed through so fast. 5 years is the average minimum for when they approve a vaccine. And we're trying to do it in not even a quarter of that time.
Well, like Hope said, that, you know, it's been around since, I think she said 2002, that it's basically a strain of SARS. So actually they've had 18 years to come up with something and haven't.
So my question back to that would be, if they already knew back then that hydroxychloroquine was the most successful at treating this disease, as basically it presents itself, if they already knew back then that they were having some success with that working, why are they pushing so hard for the vaccine?
That's my good question.
Hi, DJ.
Why are they pushing? Fauci himself wrote a paper about it, about the fact that it was a viable working, method of being able to kill the actual virus.
Yeah.
Go ahead, DJ, chime in.
Let me get my bearings here. I had that skip, so when I came in, so I don't want to interrupt. Or I could just rip right into it. All right. I could do that too.
Okay, go ahead.
So yeah, we're all being gaslit constantly every day. Probably been gaslit for the last 50 or 60 years, in my opinion. None of this is surprising. And a lot, the people that were supposedly on the edge, the crazy outsiders, the cats that were trying to go out in the boonies and live alone. So many of these weirdos are now validated, aren't they? They all warned us. So
they did warn us. It's the new world order is what's coming up.
And they're going to push for cashless. They're going to push for everything and anything they can. And guess what happens to all of the people that are out there that can't get crypto, that can't get, some form of digital currency going for themselves?
So
that's going to leave a lot of people short.
Cashless.
Last year we had a bad storm, a snowstorm, and our whole city was shut down for like a week. No power, no cell service, no nothing. You went to the store, they didn't take anything but cash, or unless you bartered with them. They didn't take anything electronic, nothing. You couldn't pay by your phone, you couldn't do none of that. So I'm just saying, they're trying to push us to that, but if all that electronic goes out, it's gone. You can't use it when shit goes bad.
Yeah.
That's true. So it's either going to be the question of, how do you get everybody to go to crypto or to go to cashless? Because there's people out there, I guarantee you, that don't even know what cryptocurrency is.
Yeah. I mean, ATMs didn't even work. So you couldn't even, that's why I say you couldn't even get the cash, even if you wanted it, because ATMs didn't work, nothing. So we got a real experience of what it's like to be without using any of that money. The only thing is what you had on hand, basically.
And to not have a stockpile to go on.
Yep. And a lot of people, they keep only like $20 because they figure they just go to the ATM. But when shit goes bad and you don't have, how are you going to get that food? How are you going to get whatever you need? That's what you need to be thinking about.
So then we can spin that right back to the conversation. People that are in these communities that don't know what cryptocurrency is, they don't know what's coming. They don't know, that the plan is to have a very large portion of the population that could be potentially vulnerable to not only the vaccine trials and the vaccine itself, but would be very, very vulnerable to having to go digital.
Well, and I totally agree with her, because here's the
deal. And also, by going digital, the government will know exactly how much money, where your money is, so they know what they can tax and stuff. So, all your business, they will know all of that once, it's all digital.
And they'll be able to track
that's because the currency, well, here's the deal. The currency already changed, but everybody's late to the party. The new currency is not anything like the old monetary system. The new currency is data. It is processing power in and of itself. That's what blockchain is. The Bitcoin was a godsend when it was decentralized, but they're doing everything they can to centralize it, to make it the global and the only way to exchange anything. That's the problem. When it was decentralized, it was awesome, but they want to centralize it, and that is
it was supposed to be an alternative to gold. So,
and it was also the people that developed it were like the freedom fighters for the internet, because you know what, let's do some more. But here's the deal: there was a dark side of that too, because a lot of crazy things were exchanged online on the dark web via cryptocurrency. So it did have
they were, and there were a lot of people that went down for trafficking through that.
as they should have. Word.
Yeah.
Yep.
My friend left college to go work on Bitcoin in the 90s. That's how long he's been working on it.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
See, there's
Because they knew
nothing
that
new.
that was the future. That was the future for the internet.
And that's the thing. There's nothing new. They already have been telling us for decades now what they're going to do and how they're going to do it.
And they kind of, well, here's the deal. And it's ironic to speak on this on one of their platforms, right? But it is what it is. So this whole 1984, that comes up a lot in conservative circles, libertarian circles. Everybody talks like, oh, we're living in 1984. Yeah, the only difference is the prelude in the book and in the movie for 1984 was we didn't hand everything over. We signed up to the Facebooks. We signed up to all this.
COVID-19.
Yeah, like, so when we literally, for clout, for attention, for all these different things, we gave over our privacy. So how do we take it back?
Give it away.
You stop playing by their rules.
Yep. No.
Well, as far as that part goes, I think there should be a social media user bill of rights where we have certain rights that, we're protected when we go on the internet.
And not only that,
one of it being is our information, that it belongs to us.
Yeah, because how many times have they said flat out that they have had hacks and all of these other fun things, that people's data was taken? A lot of these different ad groups and all of that stuff that you sign up for on these platforms also will gather and collect your data and sell it. So the real question at that point becomes, is everybody ready to basically go back to 1980?
Yes. Yes.
A lot of people aren't.
A
lot of people aren't.
Can I keep my DJ equipment? I'm down, as long as I get to keep that. So
yeah, disco was in.
Music makes the world go round.
I'd rather the pop and lock and electro and hip hop, but I'll settle with disco if I have to.
You dig?
Hey, there's a YouTube channel called the 80s, and that's all it plays. All the old good old school stuff. All the bass.
So I think another valid question is, knowing that they're willingly trying to test this new scenario out on basically an entire group of people that is trying to unite, that's trying to end this inequality, that's trying to actually bring about the next great era, basically. Yeah. What are we going to do with that? How can we do that? Well, conversations like this, platforms like this, continuing these conversations on, having the ability to get all different kinds of people together and actually sit and talk about the hard talks, the hard questions, questions about the fact, just like the very beginning of the intro with the Joyner Lucas thing. The stereotypes exist for a reason, because people fulfill them.
And we used to have the luxury of approaching stereotypes with humor. But PC culture stole that from us. And that, it was like one of the worst things that could have possibly happened. Here's the deal. Who broke all the ceilings when it came to comedy? It was all the black comics. And they smashed any sense of PC. And then that was dope for like 20 years. And now nobody can do any of it.
He was white, but he broke it too. Don Rickles.
You're right.
Lucille Ball.
But the 80s, the Eddie Murphys, they brought it to that next level, and nobody had a problem with it except for the last 10, 15 years. And then everything's cancel culture for everybody now. So,
yeah.
Well, I think part of that is the natural transition that's trying to happen right now as we speak, that we're in the midst of, is the shift in people being fed up with not being able to go about in a fair and just and happy way to live their existence peaceably.
It's called the right to pursue happiness. That's
yes, it is.
Your Fourth Amendment.
Yes, it is. And it has not been equal for a long time.
No, it hasn't.
It's unequal all around the world. And I think the biggest question and the biggest statement is if, you know, healthy people can say to themselves and ask themselves the hard questions. You know, have I actively and willingly and unknowingly participated in any kind of racism? Because I guarantee you a lot of people have, in just not even thinking about it.
I really like you. You know your shit.
I like you too.
I really like you. You know your shit, and I appreciate you.
I appreciate you too. And this is why this is a valuable platform, because we can have these conversations, and for the time being, at least, we have the ability to do so unhindered. And these are the talks that actually bring about change more than anything else that we do, just about, outside of actually living that change in our day-to-day lives. That's why I say, you know, asking the question, have any of us ever willingly or unknowingly participated in any kind of racism?
I think everybody has.
Not well. I don't know.
If you say it willingly or unwillingly, everybody would have to say yes to that.
I did.
So does that mean racism is the new original sin?
Man,
No.
Is white people drama saying white people drama? Is that racist?
Say what?
No.
Is saying white people drama is that racist?
It's
White
subjective.
people what?
White people drama.
yeah, it'd be white people drama. Like
Is that
that
racist?
gossip.
Is it
Because if
is
that-
it racially charged? Yes, but is it racist? Probably not.
Then I guess I haven't been racist then.
Oh shit. Dre.
I love
You got
more
Dre
than-
now.
What's
Yeah.
up, Dre?
This gonna be lit tonight.
Shots fired.
This is a good title for Dre right here.
I love
Yep. Shots fired.
Shot fire. That's my nigga right there. It's so Dre, the title of the video says, "Who is the most racist, white or black?" But you know, yes, I said it, but we get into conversation with this. You know, I had a song earlier I was playing about the MAGA guy and the Black Lives Matter. Like, you got to understand both sides on things, and that's my point of making a goddamn video.
Right.
Thank you, Mo, for doing that, because your platform is pretty cool. You know, you have the right to agree or disagree, or vice versa, period, on your platform. And it's good.
Well, that's the beauty of
'Cause
America.
this is how we're going to make
Yep.
America great again.
You dig?
Yeah. I try to be
Yes.
an independent thinker, a free thinker.
I hate
I try not to
Oh, go ahead, say.
be put in a box and categorized. I'm kind of like I said, I'm a free thinker.
Yeah.
I'll be
Well, the
put in a
answer
box
to that
for you just
question-
for freaking your liberty and your freedom and your rights. You know, I
The
don't
answer
care.
to that question,
Most of my
I mean,
family was all military.
All right.
I mean, if we're talking historically, if we're talking historically, I think we know the answer to that question.
Right. I want to hear your answer to this.
Do we historically? How far do we want to go back? It depends on how far, because the scope of history can be real different for different folks.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. All right.
I mean, it depends on what you know, but history is history. It's written; you can't change it. But I mean, historically, I think we know the answer to that question, though. But I mean, black people can be something else too, though.
I know those
But,
Moors and Zulus. Whew, they did a number on Europe. They weren't messing around. See, here's the interesting thing when it comes to history and looking at it. When you take away the ability for a whole group of people, when you erase their history that they were once conquerors and oppressors themselves,
That's
you
true.
do a disjustice to everyone. So here's the
That's
then
true.
you take away the agency and the ability for those people to create civilizations and go through trials and errors and discover things and all kind of stuff.
Okay.
And in my opinion, that's far more racist than looking in on a 400 window scope and calling it a day.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But when you talking about being superior over another race of people, you have to change the narrative, and that's what's happened. They don't talk about the Moors and those people that conquered early on in the history of this world. That's been erased from the books because if you want to keep white supremacy intact, you have to remove that. You know,
but at the same time, these punk ass American history books, they never really talked about how this country was formed or how and all of its growing pains. They didn't talk about what happened to the Irish when they came in, the Russians, the Germans. They didn't talk about any of the groups and how all these groups went through different things. And here's the deal: as far as like whiteness in and of itself is a trick on white people. You ain't fucking white. You're a mixture of ethnic European people, and and somewhere down the line, family members, to try to get in where they fit in, they assimilated. They gave up those ethnic customs for what?
Those words are social constructs. You know, there's no, like you said, there's no such thing as white people. There's no such thing as black people. I was having this conversation today. You know, what is your nationality? That's the question.
No, you're right. The Irish were major slaves in Ireland or whatever country that was.
Well, it was called indentured. It was called.
You know what? Here's the deal.
Indentured servants.
Hold on.
Yeah, they were indentured servants. Exactly. That's
Not
right.
for a long period of time, I don't think either.
They were called indentured servants. It wasn't really slavery.
Yeah.
You know, it was a way that you paid off your debt. If you were indebted to someone, you would have to pay that debt by working for them for so many years or however long.
And at that point, you're either an indentured servant or an apprentice.
Yeah.
Right.
Because there were a lot of culturally, a lot of European settlers and European descendants that were cast into the caste system as basically as slaves. They're slaves to the crown. They were slaves to their lords and ladies and the estates that they were basically willed to, you know, and it's been going on forever. But
That's
when we're
true.
talking about who's more racist and who has the ability to be racist, I think, at least this is my standpoint and my perception, is culturally the mainstream media is the most racist.
Yes, they are.
And they're the ones that are pushing the narrative. They're pushing the narrative and they're pushing what we see. They're pushing what kind of content is provided to us. They're using algorithms and AI to do that. And, you know, there are a fair number of folks that are out there that are prejudiced.
Actually, that's just a symptom because it actually all disseminated from the Democrat Party. It started with the Democrat Party here in the States, and it's always been the Democrats. They infiltrated the media. They went into Hollywood. They went into schools. And that's what they're doing, is they're pushing their agenda.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well,
Because they've been suppressing a lot of people.
Well, a lot of people don't know what racism is. You know,
I love you, John.
Racism is a form or ability to control another group of people. Black people have never been able to control white people.
No, it's true.
Never say never. That's just.
Well,
I mean,
I
the Moors
didn't
in
say,
Spain, Italy. I mean, and before
You're right.
then. So
You're right.
I mean,
You're
and this
right.
is why we have to be careful, because when we miss a detail like that, it accidentally triggers other people, and they're like, "What?"
Yeah. Well, actually, there was the Black Wall Street in the '60s in Chicago.
There was more than
like
one
a
Black
big
Wall
deal.
Street, but go on.
Yeah. But that all disappeared with President Johnson. but blacks had
now
their
that's
own
racism.
businesses.
That's racism because that's a form of power, which
Yes,
black people
John.
really never had. But that's right, John. That's what
A lot of
racism
people
is.
don't understand the concept of freedom of association. It can work both ways. You cannot force people to not integrate and mix if they want to, and you cannot force people to just hang out with their own. Freedom of association is just that. You have the freedom to hang out, but it should not be a
And I
legal thing.
think
It's a cultural thing. People can go get in where you fit in. That's it. And there's a space for everybody, and just chill, mellow out with it. No
Well,
laws about it.
Well,
So,
well, now you got social distancing.
yeah, some black
word.
Americans, they want their own state. They want it to be a black state.
Well, that's true.
I
A
say
lot of
let
the,
them have it. Have it. I
a
say the
lot
people
of,
that want to be separated, let them fucking go. Do it.
yeah, that's
I
a
agree
lot of the
with Gilly.
Muslims. A lot of the
Well,
Muslims.
I'm still
The
waiting to see
Indians
what
got their
happens.
reservations. Why can't
Well, that's what I'm
everybody?
waiting. I'm waiting to see with Oklahoma because the Supreme Court said that 1/3 of the state belongs to the Native Americans.
Already
So
retracted.
I'm waiting.
So it was only
Really,
yeah,
really
they already
all of it,
retracted
but
it.
They already
well, and
overruled
then
it.
you have all the people that come over that are what they call the $5 Indians.
Yeah,
People
I was
that
gonna
were
say.
not of Indian heritage and Native heritage that came over and paid money to basically be on the reservations.
yeah, that's you're talking frontier days.
Yeah, that's
when
a
they was doing that.
Yeah.
reservation state problem. That's a state problem.
Yeah, but
But
usually
that's
for that
still
stuff, they go by
infringing.
your
That's
DNA.
still infringing. Yeah, but that's
They
still
go. You have to be
infringing on
such a
their.
percentage, and you can prove your lineage. Usually, in order to
Right.
be part of the tribe, you have to prove your lineage, and you have to
Well,
have like I think at least a
well,
quarter.
well. What she's talking about is they used to just go down and pay $5 and put
Well,
their name on the
I've
docket.
seen and I've traveled around this
Yeah.
country, and I'll let you know, I've seen and traveled around reservations, and it saddens me because number one, it's either our government isn't really taking care of them, or our government is, and they're getting too much, you know, whatever.
A lot of them got saddled with
Did.
absolutely worthless land.
Well,
Yeah.
Why
there's
don't we break?
Right.
Why don't we break the difference? There's a curious mix of elite
I
Native Americans that some of them come from that $5 line, and some of them are pure blood, and they
yeah.
crowd into the tribal councils. They say, "Yo, bring this casino in," and only a handful of families get any of that money, and the reservation
Yeah.
is left to starve.
And that's kind of probably actually honestly true. I travel. I live in Oregon. I traveled all the way down California, Nevada, Death Valley, all the way to the border of the Indian reservations in Nevada and New Mexico, and I witnessed it for myself. And I'd seen all the trailers were exactly the same. That was the only life they gave. But what weirded me out the most was actually I went farther down because I was heading to Texas. So I went farther down past Arizona to Texas, and it was the main highway, and I got the border of Mexico like 10 miles from me, right? So I looked over to the left, and there was a gentleman sitting, and he was kind of hunkered down, and I thought, what the fuck? What the fuck is that? Excuse my French. We don't even have next service or next town for 50 miles. We went to the next 50 miles. We stopped at the liquor store because we're drinkers and we want to get a thing of beer and we're trying to figure out where we're going to settle. And I asked the gal at the liquor store, I said, is that normal about 50 miles back? There's a guy just sitting on the side of the road. She said, oh yeah, they die off every day. I was like, what? She's like, yeah, they get drunk and they just wander off. I don't know if they're getting dropped off or what, but they just die off every day. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? That is the natural norm in the reservations where I went through. New Mexico, Arizona, it doesn't matter. I was floored.
Well, you must have skipped mine because I'm in Arizona and I'm near a
It wasn't
reservation.
Arizona.
Near a
It wasn't
casino
Arizona. It was
and
New Mexico. It was New Mexico. It was New Mexico.
A lot of Navajo reservations are really horrible. I happen to live right next to a reservation where it's all like suburbs. The casino actually pays out to the people. So,
well, this guy freaking pissed me off, and it really pissed me off that they made it like it was normal. I was like, are you seriously? They just like go off on the road and they just die off every day? Is this how they're treated? Is my opinion. My perspective.
No, it should piss you off. That's third world condition in a first world country.
It did.
And there's millions and millions of people living exactly that life right now.
In this country.
So the question is, when we ask, do Black Lives Matter? We have to ask the questions about why are so many children in these environments invisible? Why are so many people in these environments invisible?
Yeah, well,
they're selectively. You know why they're invisible? Because a certain kind of demographics, when they do little road trips, they like to stop into the fringes of these towns and get authentic native wares. And they like the wares, but they don't like the people. They don't like to see what's happening to the people.
Right.
Well, and that in itself. That itself is a form of overt racism.
Right.
You see it, you know it's wrong, but you actively ignore it and do nothing and choose to carry on with your day in privilege. Now, where we get into the conversation of whether or not the privilege, my standpoint is anybody that has the ability to be free in the case of crimes of, capital crimes, anybody that's able to go free with a significant amount of money, and anybody that can basically buy, sell, or trade another human being are the only ones that really have privilege.
Now it's back to slavery, which never ended because human trafficking is bigger than ever. It never. But here's the deal: like, if you expand your concept of slavery, chattel slavery on blacks technically ended. Wage slavery enhanced. Prison pipeline is a real thing, enhanced. But more importantly, and everybody should be more concerned on one form of slavery that is pervasive, bigger than ever, and that is human trafficking, especially of children.
Okay, I think we ain't gonna talk about the tax system. The tax system
too. I agree.
What makes you a slave itself? Anyone who pays taxes is a slave.
But if you look at the raw numbers, we have more people on the planet right now, and we have more people in bondage through human trafficking than any other time in human history. Yet we're still talking about other things in the past. I don't understand that.
Well, that's thanks to Barack Obama and Clinton.
In part, and that's also thanks to the overhype in the media of what people need to be concentrating on and where their focus is put. If you take people's focus away, if you take people's focus away from these real conversations and these real problems and the ability to actually do something about it by bombarding us with all of these ads of consumerism and happy, lucky, rainbow, unicorn, butterfly type of life, then people aren't able to have those conversations and actually get out there and do stuff. The amount of people that are actually seeing all of the stuff about trafficking and everything else, and all of the stuff that's going down with all these people being arrested, that's a real nasty wake-up call. And I think the fact that we're in such a rapid state of awareness and enlightenment, basically, it's painful to people.
Well, I mean,
it's painful. They're going so fast. It's unreal.
Right. Look at Pizzagate. Somebody's talking about that.
Well, that's one of the things that Q keeps saying is people need to keep pushing and exposing that as much as they can. Because the more people that actually see about this stuff, that understand what's going on, the more people it's going to trigger to actually become involved and to help fight it.
Yeah. Well, another person got
Wayfair.
Another guy just got killed. Another guy just was found dead, who was very close friends with the Clintons, and he partied with the Weinstein guy and all those guys. I'm trying to think of his name. They just found him dead yesterday. So what's happening is a lot of people that could be crucial witnesses in this thing are ended up dead.
Word.
That's exactly
Because,
right. That's exactly right. And they were told, we have been told that was going to happen. You're going to
yeah,
start to see all of these high profile people dropping like flies.
Yeah.
And the
yeah,
real fact is these people are going to be witnesses against these people that are responsible for the child trafficking, the pedophilia, and the cannibalism.
yeah.
I mean,
Well, you know, last week they tried to
Kathy
put a
didn't
gag
die.
order. They tried to put a gag order on Maxwell because all her stuff is naming names and stuff.
Yeah.
And now that
yeah.
they don't have the gag order, that those names are coming out. And so these people are freaking out.
And that's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said the other night, was in that hearing where that judge said that immunity is gone, ma'am. You need to answer for this. You need to answer for these women. And they're finally getting justice because they haven't stopped fighting. So my question is to everybody that sees this stream, everybody on the panel and everybody in chat, are you willing to let this go? Because I'm not. I know I'm not.
All right. I can't think of that guy name that ended up dead. It was just yesterday. It was a picture of him and Hillary Clinton together.
I'll tell you one thing: democracy alone is not going to destroy this evil, especially when it comes to all this child abuse. It just won't.
It's not. It's not. And we go back. We're in a kind of a circle where it goes back to that data being the big currency. They have trails. They've left trails. They've put their shit out there in boldness of the fact that people are not going to stand up and say, you are a pedophile. You are a pedophile.
Right,
You
right.
are responsible for perpetrating. They're not hiding
they're not hiding it anymore. That's for sure.
And that's part of this age of enlightenment is we're seeing all of these fake facades and false fronts fall left and right to see the real dirt that's exposed.
Well, they are devil worshippers. These people are satanic.
Absolutely.
Devil worship, and these children sacrifices are ritual. Things that they do is kill children.
And that very term devil worshiper has already been discredited. You know why? Because of the rise of atheism and the systematic persecution of old Christian values. It's like, you know what? We're secular now. We're post-Christian.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing.
Well, they want to cover it up. Yeah,
you can push that back, and you can say, okay, all of the people that are over here claiming they don't want to have any part of religion, they want to be to not be pushed into having to say Merry Christmas or Happy Kwanzaa or, whatever.
Right.
Merry Christmas, Hana Kwanzaa, whatever.
Ramadan.
Taking all of that out of context and taking that out of the whole culture. These people, my question to them would be, okay, it says right on the money, in God we trust. So are you going to give all your money away?
They want to take that. They want to take that off too.
Yeah.
If they could, they would have done it, but they want to get rid of that. They've taken them out of all the court buildings, all the
swearing in processes and everything else. Yeah.
Yeah. All the buildings of whatever.
I don't know if y'all saw, there was a rather interesting biography movie that was done about the lady that actually fought here in America to get the Pledge of Allegiance taken away. She was known as the most hated woman in America for it because she felt it was unconstitutional to our freedom of speech to have to pray.
Well, it was one state they put a statue of the devil sitting in the chair like Lincoln.
Yeah, Little Rock, Arkansas.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So they're coming out with they're no longer hiding.
And this is prophecy. It's been prophecy.
They're no longer hiding though.
Well, that's a really sad deal. Mo, I know you're muting me out. I get it. I talk a lot.
I'm mute because I want everybody to talk one at a time. You have to be like,
no, I get it. I know. I'm the one that trained you.
I mute everybody.
There's too many
we appreciate that, bro.
You keep talking. I mute every motherfucking body.
We appreciate that, Mo.
No, everything she just said, everything she just
Yep,
said
Dre.
was complete truth. Was complete truth. You know, I
Yeah,
love her. I love her
it's a,
voice when she speaks. She
Well,
I'm
thank
totally,
you.
trying to get a
yeah.
Black Lives Matter on here, but you know what I'm saying? But I'll get back to you.
No,
I want to get
I just
BNM
love.
on here.
Mm, I love the
RBR.
way her voice is. Her voice is
Oh yeah.
extremely split. It's pretty to the point. It is
Send an
very
invite to Kayla.
accurate. And you know what?
Go
It
ahead.
is time. It is time. You know what the scary time is? Is that everything I was muted the whole time and I was talking to myself. But that's all right, because I do that a lot anyways. But she was talking many facts. And most of the facts I was saying, yes, yes, yes. We are at the end of times. And if we're not, we are definitely at times to, sadly, revolution. I hate to speak that, but it's true. And we're sadly at civil war. Period. That's it.
And we're falling directly into their plot. And their plot is to end America.
We are obeying it. So then,
and they want to bring Israel into power as being the new world power.
The
That's
new
true.
world order is
Yeah,
what we're
it's a
paying
one world
into.
government, and by us fighting with each other, we'll end up destroying the Constitution, and then they'll make the one world order because there
They've
will
already
be no more
remade
Constitution.
that freaking Constitution. This is why.
Okay.
Mo. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, they are Mo's a fool. Hey, but yeah, they're basically just like I mean, this is something that's been going on a long time where children becoming up missing. Like 30,000 children come up missing every year. They have them on the milk carton boxes, cereal boxes. You never find these kids.
Well,
You
they have
know,
women that give birth and they don't even get registered, and
that's
they go
right.
lost
Breeders.
forever. They're not even breeders.
And we're talking organ harvesting. They're doing
Yep.
everything to these children, man. It's just a shame that children are not safe in America. They're not safe in America.
Culver just said 2,000 a day go missing.
That's absolutely true.
And I add that up in a year's time. That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
800,000.
Law enforcement said that the United States is the #1 spot in the world for child trafficking, sex trafficking.
And look at the shit show we're going through for it. Look at the shit show we're going through for it. You've got celebrities that are posting, videos of their, the next fall line of clothing that they're going to put out that's absolutely gag worthy, but it's all androgynous. It's all very, very
it's all a distraction.
Personified. Well, it's very personified of what their agenda is. It's very satanic, it's evil, it's diabolical, and people just eat it up.
Well, the scary thing is nobody talks about these missing children. Nobody even mentions it. You hear nothing about it.
And that's the shame.
And racism itself is becoming extremely interesting now because there are people, and I've talked to them because on all sides, right? All these people that are doubling down on this identity politics, if one of their people is charged or even convicted as a pedophile, they will stand by them because of ideology or race or whatever, rather than condemn them for being evil.
And that's part of prophecy too. That's part of prophecy too. It's our divine right and our sovereign right as caretakers of this planet to be able to take up agency against those people and basically call them out in righteous judgment.
And how can we do that when we have people like Marina, whatever her name
Abramovic?
Yeah, right out in the open talking about what she does, and like you said, the promotion. How can we do that?
That's Gates' home.
We keep on doing what we do. We keep on doing what we do. We share our truth. We expose these people for the basically the principalities that they are. And we hip as many people as we can to it. The ones that are going to see it can see it.
They expose themselves and people still don't give a fuck.
But the crazy thing is, most of the
because
really
they don't see
ones,
it. They got their faces buried in their phone.
They got blinders on.
Yeah.
And believe me, a lot of money's gone into putting those blinders on people.
Most of the powerful ones are the elite people in this society. You know, we're talking like a lot of the politicians. Hillary Clinton was one of them. Clinton.
They're still lower tier. They're still lower tier. They're the bottom.
To the Queen Elizabeth, who drinks children's blood, and the Rothschilds.
And she's the figurehead. The Rothschilds. Now that you brought them up. Now that you brought them up, well, Soros is still a little pawn too.
Yeah.
In all reality, when we're talking about the people that are descendant from Cain, the people that are descendants of this.
Rockefellers, Rothschilds, the Queen of England,
the DuPonts, the Lees.
Let's talk about the Roman Church. They're full of pedophiles.
And that's my big thing. I want to see what's in the Vatican. I've wanted to see what's in the Vatican since I was a little kid.
Recently,
did you hear
about a whole bunch of stuff? If you go to the Vatican website, like I'm not saying everything, and I'm not saying they didn't doctor anything, but I am saying they just released a whole bunch of stuff. The Vatican. Yeah. So.
That's because
the
they're
Chinese
under fire.
just got busted. They hacked the Vatican yesterday. And they just got busted hacking into
and that's part of this digital army. That's part of this enlightenment and part of this exposure. Because I guarantee you a lot of the things that have been stolen from these people's cultures worldwide is in the Vatican.
Well, I heard they had a vault full of vault about 6 miles long, full of African history.
It's true.
Full of African artifacts and history.
No doubt.
No doubt. Everything.
And that's what I want to see. I want to see it. And that was part of this part of the indictments. That's part of the indictments, though.
If we have clues, a lot of cats that are in history, we have clues, right?
Yeah.
But if we could get some more documents to back up claims, like healing could begin across the world on all these different trespasses with one race to another, healing could begin. One thing is to restore the dignity of black folks and the diaspora. If you restore the dignity, be like saying, "Oh shit, we didn't know Egypt was this dope, Kemet was this dope."
Right.
Like that would be.
I agree with you, DJ.
So,
because if they would teach real history, it would be an advantage. It would be an advantage for everybody. But they don't teach real history.
Exactly. And that's what I said. That's why this fight is going on right now, because you've got all of these old people that have been in control for so long. They're scared that the tables are going to be turned on them. They're scared to lose their money. They're scared to lose their identity. They're scared to lose everything that has happened to a major group of people for generations.
Yeah,
I like to see inside Fort Knox's vault and see if all the gold is there.
Dude, yes.
You know that's empty. Ain't nothing but mouse species up in there.
Well, I heard Queen Elizabeth has all the gold.
Probably so, because we're operating under the tri-state ruler of the Constitution.
Russia has all the diamonds.
And the damn Rothschilds actually bought out the Vatican. So you've got the Illuminati. You've got the Illuminati that's basically in control of not only the federal banking system and the money globally, but they've got control of the Catholic Church.
Put me on mute again. I'm not going to mute out. We're talking still, right?
All right.
Illuminati is real, and I'm going to tell you why.
Not by that name, but yeah, it's real.
Illuminati is real,
Whoa,
and it scared the fucking
but not by
shit
that
out of me.
name.
And I'm going to tell you why. Because when all of a sudden, all us patriots, it's about 2015, when Trump was running, blah, 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 doesn't matter. I was following more patriots, the Bundys. Doesn't matter, right? So I started getting a lot of friend requests. And I got this one. And I swear to God,
I remember you
still
telling
remember
us
his white
about
hat.
this. I remember you telling us this before.
Are you guys listening? Am
We
I
hear
still
you. You're
available?
talking about the Illuminati
Because I'm
story.
gonna let you know. I went on my friend.
Yes.
I went on my friend request. I know. Call me crazy. I'm not.
Shots fired.
We're all people. So I.
Yep. Shots fired.
Anyways.
Shots fired.
So I got it. I got a message on my
I remember
Facebook.
you
'Cause
telling
you know what? I'm.
Okay. I
I remember that story. She told it before.
Yeah, I remember it too.
Yeah.
Well, damn it, I haven't heard it yet.
Stop it.
This
Yeah.
guy. He's
All
got
right,
a white
go ahead.
hat.
Since you ain't heard, I'm gonna let her tell it to you then.
He's got a white
Okay,
hat
thank you.
and he's got a white suit. And he messaged me and he says, "Hey." I said hi. He's all,
And I
"Are
said
you
bye.
familiar with the Illuminati?" Or no, first he asked me what my job was, and I told him what I was. I was a caregiver, and then I asked, or I didn't even, I just gave him that. I'm a caregiver. And he says, "All right, well, are you familiar with the Illuminati?" And I says, "No," even though I know. I played dumb. I said, "No." And he says, "All right, well, it's my new, it was my calling with Illuminati." And he just started he just started giving me some weird shit. And I blocked him. I panicked. I wished I didn't panic and block him like I did. But he was like, "It's my new calling, Illuminati, the New World Order."
You can always unblock them.
What?
You can always unblock them.
I know. But you know what? I think he blocked me. I think he blocked me because after I did, I was like, I exposed him a little bit. I was like, this motherfucker works for Illuminati and he's messaging me? What kind of shit am I into? And this is Facebook. I was like, what the fuck? White suit. Mm-hmm.
What do you mean this is Facebook? What do you expect from Facebook?
Well, I've got his name.
I mean, what do you mean it's Facebook? I mean, shit, it's not like it's MySpace or something.
No, I have his name written down. I have a big old folder. I've been keeping track for the last 4 years of people. And he is freaking weird. He was trying to get me exposed to like, oh yeah, like I found my calling to Illuminati. And actually, I think the text was like, "You're a fucking freak and fuck you and your world order." And I fucking blocked him. And that was it. Excuse my French.
I can't believe he blocked you.
That is the shit that I get exposed to. That is the shit I get exposed to.
Shots fired.
That's the shit I get exposed to. I got exposed to Illuminati. And I was like, damn.
All right.
Illuminated by Illuminati.
Next.
I'm on a mute party right now.
So I think my next question after that conversation and after that story, I think the next question would be, why are they pushing for the division so badly right now? Why are they pushing so quickly at exposing everybody right now? Yeah, but they're allowing for all of this stuff to be revealed. And the only thing that I can fathom from that is that they are basically laying all the cards down, their cards against humanity and their Illuminati card set, and they're putting all their cards on the table because they have to.
It's a power play.
Well, no, they have to. They have to by the law and by the rules that God gave for the rules of engagement.
We need a penalty kill.
All right. Well,
the rules of engagement.
That's why you see all those pictures in the older Disney movies and stuff. They have.
Well, what's really scary, what's coming up now, they're going to have 28 million homeless people in America. People are going to be getting evicted out of their homes. All because of this COVID-19 thing. where people were falling behind in their rent and mortgages or whatever. Now they're going to start evicting people out of their homes.
Wait, how long has that been going on that they haven't been able to evict people?
Well, during the
a lot of states put a temporary freeze on rent, wages, everything else.
Yeah, it expires at the end of the month.
Oh, it
So
does.
now, now they're going to start kicking people out of their homes.
You know,
But supposedly we're supposed to get a $1,200 check again.
You know,
Right.
I was kind of mad because even in the
I heard it's $800.
trying to find a place.
Well, that's what they were. That's what the Republicans wanted, 800. But
Yeah, but I heard it was going to be 1,200. Whatever.
Yeah.
1,200.
I'm cool with that.
And who's gonna repay?
and 500
pay back all
500
that
per
shit?
child.
Man, fuck the pay for back. I need that money right now.
Well, and there's a
Yeah,
lot of
well.
people
His
that
daughter-
do.
his
So
daughter's
the next
getting married.
question,
Most daughters getting married.
the next
so, yeah.
question
He's
is,
buying the wedding
the
dress.
next question after that is how can we help all of these people?
Well,
Because we're looking at like 3 times the amount of people that were homeless during the Great Depression.
Amen.
Probably have to do.
Yeah, but this is a worldwide move. It's a global move. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not a localized
Okay.
move. Where before
Okay,
they
so
would take over countries. Now it's a whole.
Okay, so
play
look
on
at
the
it from
whole
this
world as a
standpoint.
unit.
Look at it from this standpoint. Everybody that has a stable home is now going to be sheltering all of the family that they can in their home. So you've got more people, more mouths, less resources, and more
Yeah, they call it
potential
gentrification.
exposure.
Yeah.
More potential exposure.
However, but if families start living with each other again like that, culture's going to get stronger. Good
Not
culture.
only that, you're gonna have a lot of domestic violence.
That's where we came from. Like, I mean, and a lot, and all of these different cultures. When you have a giant family under one roof, the bonds are tighter. Culture is richer. Community looks after each other better.
They do,
Yeah.
but at that same standpoint, you've
You
got
get a lot
more
of
people that
domestic
are
violence, too.
potentially. You've got more people that are
Amen.
potentially going to be spreading this virus.
But I
So
think
what do they
Carolyn's
do with
saying it's
all
not
of
going to
them?
be family that moves in with you. Carolyn's saying it's going to be strangers that are going to be moving in with you, right, Carolyn?
Oh no,
It
no,
might
not
be.
gonna happen.
It might be.
Not gonna happen.
It might be. It might be. Would you not shelter anybody on this panel that you know?
You see, that's the thing. I'll be honest about my tribalism. I'm gonna have to vet some people. I'm gonna have to vet you. Like, and it's not just about, oh, we agree on something. No, I'm gonna have to peep game on behavior. Like,
Right.
so here's the deal. I am compassionate. I am very gracious and giving, but I'm not a sucker either. So
Right.
Yeah, exactly. I think we all would probably agree on that
Yeah.
fact. I wouldn't mind letting somebody stay, but nobody is going to let somebody come in their house and stay and fuck shit up, take from them, not
Right.
contribute, etc., etc. You know, if let's say you come into somebody's house and you don't have a
And
job,
you know what? That goes to
Mhm.
that goes for some of my family members too.
right,
Mhm.
right.
They're not going to come here and
Amen,
fuck shit
John.
up.
Right.
All skin folks.
'Cause I got family members
Skin
too. That are,
folk, you dig?
even if there's friends I'll take in before I take in some family members.
John, you
I'll
gonna
take
take
my
me in,
life.
right?
Well,
Yeah.
it's gonna get more and more crazier.
Oh,
You know.
sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is just
I will
the
actually
beginning
take
of what's
my
gonna
life
happen.
for all of you on this panel.
Oh, gee.
I'm not
Thank
scared.
you.
I'm not scared.
Thank
No, that ain't funny.
I appreciate
I'm
it.
not scared
you.
to run a front line and freaking be like, well, all right. You
I
gonna take
love
my
you,
rights
Vanessa.
and their rights? Fuck you. I'm out.
Me
I'll-
either.
Yeah, but you know what? You don't have to
Me
be scared
either,
to be
and
prepared.
That's why I didn't
Yeah, you don't have
pick
to
a
be scared to be
channel
prepared.
name for my channel.
What's she drinking
That's
on?
true, but that's why I
You
didn't.
don't have to be scared
That's
to
why I
be
didn't pick
prepared.
up some fancy name for my channel. I'm me here. I'm me here. I'm me on Facebook. I'm me on Twitter. I'm me on all of the social platforms that I'm on. Because I have nothing to hide. I'm willing to stand up for everybody's rights. I'm
I know
willing to
we
stand
should
up
be totally friends.
for my own
Hmm?
beliefs.
Well, me and you
And I
need
like
to
to
become
stand
friends.
in truth, and I'm willing to witness what I've dealt with.
I've done that a couple of times.
Well, you
once
got
in
to
the
accept my
military and
friend
once as a
request
law
first.
enforcement.
I know.
You know, I serve my
And
public.
I got too much bullshit on my Facebook. I don't even know who's who anymore. I got 2,000 friends. You know what? I'll give you my number, and you ought to.
Please.
I guarantee you'll get blocked again. I'm just kidding.
Yep, shots fired.
I would not block anybody. I wouldn't block anybody because all the shit, all the
Close
shit
your
that
leg.
I post
Close
is
your
all
leg.
the stuff, all this, all this,
like
all this stuff.
Close your leg.
All the stuff that we've been talking about and everything that we've discussed on every one of the streams that I've come on, I represent
Well, you
on
know
all
something
the
that I
social
learned?
media that I'm in.
What I learned is you can't save everybody.
That's
It's
true.
impossible.
You know, you can't save everybody. So just work. It's like triage. You work on the ones you can and just move on.
Well, and that's why it's important. That's why it's important to be able to have these communities, to be able to unite these communities, and to be able to have these conversations so that we know what to do when shit goes down. Just like
When
Cypress
shit
Hill
goes
said,
down.
when the shit goes down, you better be ready.
Yep, better
Yep.
be ready.
That's what I
got
said.
the line.
You don't have to be scared to be prepared.
I got
Well.
the line for a trade.
Well, these
So
motherfuckers.
would it
Speaking
be-
of, has anyone noticed, especially, man, since the hit of the virus, not just the rioting and the protests, but has anyone noticed a distinct lack of militias in their state?
Yeah.
Oh no, we're still involved.
What I'm
involved
saying,
in a couple of them.
Well, excuse
we
me.
like
One march-
20 years
one
ago,
march
we
the
had a
other
lot
day.
more militias. We don't have as many as we used to.
Well,
That's
I've been
fact.
seeing
There were
black.
several that went to. There were several that went to Virginia for that
Yeah, I posted that
gun
video
rights
on
rally.
Well, what
Yep.
about Stone? What about Stone Mountain when the Black Panthers marched up there?
You mean the
Yeah.
NFAC, the Not Fucking Around Coalition, that the lady
Yeah, that's
shot
right.
3 of
Yeah.
their
Yeah,
people
that's not a militia.
on a
that's a psyop.
misfire?
Oh,
That is not a militia.
no,
Didn't they end up shooting
No,
each
that
other
is
by
a militia.
mistake the other day?
They're
They
real,
shot,
they're
shot
real
themselves by
prepared.
mistake the other day.
Yes,
was the
they
same
did. There
group
was
that
one
shot
guy trying to
themselves by
put
mistake.
his magazine in backwards.
And he shot
There are
some,
other
shot
there
three
are
people.
other black militias that rock that second A, love America. They'll never show. They exist, but they're only going to show this dumbass group that popped on the scene. Nobody heard them before, acting like they the new Panthers, not the OG Panthers, but the new Panthers. Come on, get out of here. And people
We did
fall
stuff
for it.
last year. Last year, our governor, she wanted to pass cap and trade. Okay, and so our Republican senators left because and she sent the police, the state police, after them to bring them back. And the 3%ers hid them in Boise and other places in the state, so that the state police couldn't take them back to the Capitol and have a quorum so they could vote on it.
wow.
So they do some stuff. They just don't put themselves out there like that.
And I can understand
Because
why,
because I've had
but
my own
unfortunately,
run-ins
there
because
is a
I
lack,
feel like
right?
because I feel like they should be more active. But they're
Well,
under the impression
here's
that
the
they
deal.
want to
It's
be
like
in the shadows. They
It
want to be
happens
in the
to be a rabbit
shadows.
hole. If you look deep enough into it, you'll look for the past 20, 30 years. They've been broken up. They got disbanded.
Yeah.
They've been labeled. It's a Christian hate group. It's a racist group. It's a this group. It's a that group. And most of the cats were like, you know what? I was just doing this to protect my family and hang out with some homeboys on the weekends and shoot guns and hunt and stuff. I'm not into all this government
Same
coming
thing
in
with
my
the
house.
oath keepers, because there's the oath keepers also.
Yeah.
Oath keepers. You better
Well,
believe
here's
it.
the deal. Like,
We took an
Oath Keepers
oath.
got a channel.
We took an oath to protect the United States from foreign or domestic threats.
So Oath Keepers has they're on social media now. Why are they messing with that chick, that hyper crazy eyes? I forget her name, but she's got these really crazy googly eyes. She was on Tucker Carlson a couple times. He blasted her out of the water every time she shows up. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I forget it. Andrea something. Anyway, it's a crazy liberal chick, and now suddenly she's the face of the Oath Keepers. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Shot my friend right in the face. Sean Anderson.
Who?
Anderson. I shared. You get on my Facebook profile, and I'm sharing his wife's profile.
The Illuminati guy?
Nope.
But yeah, like I said, a lot of these groups, they work in the shadows for some reason. They don't want to be put out there.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
They're able to maintain their anonymity that way.
There should be redundancies in communication. Like internet should not be the all, and they should be having radio, all kind of stuff. Pigeons, I don't
That's
care.
why I got CB radio. I got a CB radio. I like to get a ham radio, but I don't have the money right now. But I have a CB radios in my vehicle. So,
well, that's why these platforms are invaluable.
Redundancy.
Yeah. And you can send messages. People don't know that you can send messages. You can send messages on CB radio. Like if my radio doesn't reach the East Coast, I can send mail. I can ask someone like a trucker or somebody that's going to the East Coast, and then when they get to the area, they just relay it, and it just gets to them, almost like Pony Express.
I thought you were talking about Morse. I thought you were talking about Morse code.
No, that's something people need to get. That's something people need to get hip to. That and sign language.
Yeah.
In my opinion, sign language, at least on the very basis of what it is it's a unanimous and global language.
Yeah.
And it's usable. It's necessary. What if you and your piece got to do some underground railroad shit to get from here to there? And you got to be able to communicate without words.
Right.
Melissa, where you at? Come back up.
She got triggered.
I think she said she was trying to share something.
No, she didn't get triggered. She don't get triggered. Come back up, Melissa. You got the link.
Oh, it's crazy.
That's been Dre.
Yeah. She don't get triggered. She just opened another beer.
Love you, Melissa.
Boy, I'm muted, boy.
We're gonna have to do that topic all over again because somehow we immediately got into Trump.
I want to get into Trump at the top.
Like,
well, I mean, when you talk about racism, I mean, come on.
You can broaden it to everything. You can broaden it to everything. You don't have. I don't believe, and from all of the research that I've done, you don't actually have a African American or African heritage that is represented in the Illuminati itself. That alone,
yes, you do.
It's to the highest level.
Look, all right. So,
yeah.
Look,
well, they're not.
No. They're not Illuminati. They're not Illuminati.
Yeah,
they're not Illuminati. They're foot soldiers. They're foot soldiers.
Yeah, but they serve some mighty interesting things. So, but
they also traitors to their own people, though.
Yeah, they are.
Jesse Jackson.
A lot of Americans worship these people, so I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Jesse Jackson is one of them. Barack Obama
that goes with
that.
That goes with that old adage that membership has its privileges.
Mm-hmm.
But the actual breakdown of what Boule means is it means foot soldier and servant. Right. So there you go. You've got racism within the hierarchy. And I wouldn't even say that they're part of the Illuminati. They're the basically the peons.
Right.
They're the peons, and we're the quote unquote sheep and the useless eaters. So when you're looking at that, when you're looking at that, there's one Asian family. Right. There's one Asian family that's in that group.
Yeah. Well, a lot of that plays also into eugenics because they believe that certain people are inferior and they want to get rid of.
Well, of course, that's racism. That's what it is.
Yeah. That's why I say eugenics is part of, getting rid of.
Well, Bill Gates is taking up that mantle right now. He's a part of eugenics, and
his dad was, with Margaret Sanger.
Well, he's doing it now.
You should see all the patents and projects he's working on.
Seen them all.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I can't tell you how many hours and how many days and how many weeks I've researched all the bullshit that he's tied to.
Oh yeah, he's coming out with this meat, this processed meat they're trying to come out with.
The 3D
And
printed
yeah,
one,
yeah, he's hooked up
3D
with a
chicken, KFC.
yeah, yeah, he's hooked up with a Tyson meat, and they're gonna put out some processed meat.
It's funny. All
Well,
you
and
gotta
when
do
you
is
look
look
at
how
that,
these people live to know what they selling. So how everything that these
I think in the
people
movie Soylent
say,
Green.
it's the opposite of like say, hey, they have big families, they rarely get abortions, right? They
Cloud
rarely get
Atlas too.
divorces. They are, well, it may not be godly, but they have spiritual occult stuff going on. They're faithful to everything they tell everybody to not do. They do.
Well, demonic.
Yeah, like this, like
Absolutely.
Scientology.
Oh yeah, that's Tom Cruise is one of the big heads of that. John
He got
Travolta is a part
out
of
of it
that.
though. He got out of
Did
it.
y'all hear the
He
rumor
got out of
that
it.
Scientology, Church of Scientology, and Nation of Islam are hooking up?
Yes.
Really?
Isn't that wild?
Yes.
Wow, that's insane.
Well, the Pope and the Grand Imam made a deal also.
Mm-hmm.
That was like 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all these religions are controlled by the Catholic Church.
That are in fact controlled by Satan.
Yeah, even Islam is controlled by Catholic Church.
Yep.
So
they need to make
and
a Pulp Fiction 2 with John Travolta and Farrakhan.
And the Rothschilds.
John Travolta. Yeah, he's a part of that. Yeah, but I heard that Scientology is they're some kind of satanic group though. Because
they are. They take everybody's info. They hoard everybody's info.
Tom Hanks.
John Travolta's openly admit he's a devil worshiper. So
well, he was on the flight list, I think.
Like to say, you gotta sell your soul in Hollywood if you're gonna be anything in Hollywood.
Well, Christian Bale, if you remember on the Academy Awards, he said, "I'd like to thank Satan for this award." You didn't see that?
Quite a few of them have.
Yeah,
quite
that
a
was
few of them have.
Christian Bale.
No, really.
Get the fuck
Absolutely, quite a few of them have. Quite a few of them have. Lady Gaga.
When he made that movie about what's his name? Not Bush, but his Vice President Cheney. He made that movie about Dick Cheney.
Dude,
and
so
when he
many
got the
rappers.
Academy Award, he said, I want to thank Satan."
Right. So many rappers have said it. DMX say, "I sold my soul to the devil. The price is cheap. It's cold on this level, but twice as deep." You know, he said it. Rick Ross has said it. There's a lot of rappers that sold their souls, man, to the devil. Everybody talks about Jay-Z.
And that's where you get into these conversations of empty seaters. What these people are doing is they're allowing these entities to willingly hitch a ride, basically, for their talent. And what it's called perfect possession. And that's all part of the prophecy too. When you've got children in mass numbers that are popping up with, the ability to speak languages that they have no knowledge of. You have people that are out there that are witnessing this on a global scale. I firmly believe it's all prophecy. The division, the racist setups, and the institutional setups for all of it, it's all prophecy, and it's all basically planned out.
Well, it's hidden under religion, just like people who can go to church, you can go to a satanic synagogue and worship the devil. You have
absolutely.
A right it's it's a religion, So,
but Satanism and Luciferians are very different. That's like the difference between a carnivore and a vegan. They both eat, but it's a whole other level.
But what would be the difference between those two? I mean, Satan and Lucifer is the same thing.
Well, no, Luciferians are basically the Illuminati and some of the higher ups, and they actually worship. It's a different scenario. They are as strict in their beliefs as Catholics are in theirs, as Mormons are in theirs, as the Amish
That's
are
the
in
Church of
theirs,
Satan.
as the Muslims are in theirs, but Satanism is a different ball of wax. Satanism is like the glamorous, sexy version where you're not bound to specifics. You're basically free to indulge in all your sin and all your debauchery and everything else.
So is there rituals involved in Satanism?
There
Because I know
are,
the
but it's
Luciferians.
different. It's different. The only way I can explain it that it makes the most sense is it's the difference between rot gut whiskey and top shelf.
Okay, I got you.
So,
and they also use dates
One's
too,
watered
like
down.
yeah, they also use dates like the 25th. It's like a date they use to do their rituals. And I've seen this.
Numerology.
I seen his
Numerology.
Yeah, I seen his calendar, and they had like on different days they did different things, and I'm just like, this is insane.
It is.
And
It's
it's all
trippy.
and it's all like organized because everyone who believes in this on that day they will be out doing that particular thing, like pedophilia on the 11th of the month, and you got all these people that run around doing it. And it's absolutely crazy. I've never seen anything like it.
Well, I'm going to throw this one out there because I don't remember if I did the other night. Howie Mundell has been posting videos where he's playing like Message in a Bottle on one video, and he's putting a note in it, and everybody that has been hip to this guy for a while knows that this man is a certified germaphobe. So for him to actually get to where he's basically got his face in a toilet and he's putting his hand inside the toilet to put a plastic bottle in there with a note in it, you know, he's got all of this stuff that's very non-characteristic of the image that he portrays of himself.
But very characteristic of the Illuminati.
Well, it's more the germaphobe and more like the good guy, nice guy kind of thing. But, you know, he doesn't really portray himself to be what he is until he started doing these videos. And one of the videos that he did on TikTok showed him holding a bag, like a big shopping bag that he had written on it what looked like it said shoe stuff. But to look at it further and to examine it further, it was an artificial form of adrenochrome. Wow. So he's actually signaling to all of these people out there that know what that shit is, that it's a synthetic form of adrenochrome. So they're able to get their fix. So this is, I mean, if we're not looking at a scenario where they're actually rescuing children from these trafficking rings and busting the people responsible for it, you know, then what the hell's going on?
That's going to be extremely difficult to do because, like I said, you got the elites in society are the ones who are doing all this stuff, you know, and politicians who can hide behind the law and the government, the people that help them, like Trump is letting all his friends out of jail. That Stone guy,
Roger Stone.
Yeah, he's already made racial comments about this black disc jockey that was on the radio, and he said some things about him already. He ain't been out of jail a week yet. So it's just like, man, I mean, it's like they said, ain't what you know is who you know. You know.
Well, maybe he's already given his testimony. Yeah. Because that's part of the operation right now is if you're willing to rat, you get to stay free. If you are not willing to rat, then you have the option of either quote unquote dying from the coronavirus or with your reputation intact as a celebrity, or you basically are exposed for all the dirt that you've done.
Right. That's true.
So when you've got a massive number of these people that are seemingly like literally breaking down, you know, having like meltdowns and losing their minds, and you look at all of the shit that they're tied to, they're telling you exactly what their game plan is. They're telling you who they worship. They're telling you what their deeds are. And they've been doing that for a long time. It's just not been mainstreamed to the level that it is now.
Yeah. It's just amazing how society has been dumbed down about a lot of things, you know. Uh,
It's intentional.
Yeah.
I mean, it started with the fluoride in the water. I mean, you know what I mean? That's why I say there's a lot of things they do.
Oh yeah.
I'd go further. I'd go further. Say
Like
it started with
the TV, the flick rate, the refresh rate. It's timed, so it's like mesmerizing to you to watch. When you're watching TV. And stuff.
As are the lights. As are the lights on the phones. But I'd go one step further, and I'd say that it's been since basically the dawn of civilization. There's been a perfect creation in man that's very flawed and very fallible. And they already knew what the outcome was going to be off the get-go. They're just testing
they
everybody.
always look for ways to control the masses. They've always looked for ways to control the masses.
They are, and that's what we're facing right now. We're facing our tests. Are we willing to stand up to this injustice, our fellow man? Are we willing to stand up and say we have rights that are inalienable? Yeah. Are we willing to say we're going to make a change and actually stick to it and not just forget about it in a few months? Exactly.
Well, one form of hypnosis is saying the same thing over and over and over.
Absolutely.
And, that's a form of hypnosis. Like, I guarantee you, everybody here knows Empire Carpet's number.
Also the form.
Because you've heard that commercial so many times.
Yeah.
You know what?
The definition of crazy, doing something over and over again.
Insanity.
Expect a different result, but you still.
That's common sense. But we talk about
and that's what we do when we vote.
Yeah.
That's what I was telling Mo. Whether we vote Republican or Democrat, we still get screwed in the end.
Covert shows that in every video he does. He says that he repeats this. We are farmers, like
right.
Like showing how mainstream media brainwashes us and how we all know the rest of that jingle. So maybe there is, there is a strategic way to keep saying something over and over and over to where people will get.
Well, that's a form of hypnosis.
Like, for example,
they say if you repeat something for 21 days, it becomes a habit.
Right.
That's programmed.
We got to realize we're dealing with witches and warlocks, spells.
Yes.
They're putting spells on people.
Yes.
And we don't even realize what's being done to us.
And the only way to opt out, is to stop playing their game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that means we have to stop buying music. We have to stop watching any mainstream TV or paying for it. We have to turn off our Netflix. We have to turn off our Hulu.
Or just be very selective about what you take in.
You can do either.
Unplug from the Matrix.
Yes, you can do either. Matter of fact, a friend of mine and I were talking a couple weeks back. She said she was leaving her local Walmart, and there was a dude standing outside with one of those little, double-sided billboard kind of things on that said unplug. And the first thing she thought of was the Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
And she said she just couldn't get this dude out of her head. And I think that's the biggest fuck you back to them, is by not participating in their game.
You know what we've noticed on the radio lately is on our way to Madison, what did we hear? Michael Jackson, Man in the Mirror, right?
Right.
And then when Mo went to work, he heard it a couple times throughout that day. And once you keep hearing it, you start thinking about it. Like, wait a minute.
Right.
Because them lyrics are heavy.
Yeah.
And you're going to think about it.
Yeah. I was going to say that the more self-sufficient you are, the stronger you are. Believe me. The more you can do on your own, the more you can grow on your own, the more you can be more self-sufficient and not rely on other things, the better, the stronger you'll be.
Right. Hitler said if you keep telling the same lie over and over, people will believe it.
Yeah.
Hitler
Nancy
said
That's
Pelosi
that.
absolute
said that.
fact.
Nancy Pelosi said that.
That's
Yeah,
absolute
well,
fact.
Hitler.
But you know what's interesting?
Well, she quoted
You know?
Hitler because he was the
Yeah,
one that
yeah.
said that.
And Harry Reid said the same thing when he said that Romney didn't pay his taxes, and they confronted him with him a few years after that, and he said, "Did he win?" So it didn't matter that it was a lie; it was just a fact.
Right.
So I have an interesting
Go ahead.
Go ahead,
I have
Carol.
an interesting take on that song too, and that's something that I've delved into since learning about a lot of this stuff. Is if you look at a lot of and re-listen with ears of discernment, the songs that these people are putting out, mirrors are used in witchcraft and in spell work.
Well, in the
That's right.
80s, you used to play the record, play the record
ritual.
backwards, and it would give a message. If you play the record backwards,
some
it would
did,
play a
yeah.
message.
Oh yeah.
Some
I
did.
That was in
remember
the
that.
80s.
That's backmasking. That's backmasking. But what you're talking about, what
Ozzy
he was talking
Osbourne
about,
was one, I think.
so was Boston.
Yeah.
But when you look at the specifics in these songs and you look at what's going on in these songs, you start to realize how much saturation these songs are used to indoctrinate us.
Yeah, it's subliminal
indoctrinate
messaging.
us into accepting what they're doing. So they hit it hard and they hit it heavy in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And now we're seeing the fruition of that programming. Because there is a game, I think it's called like Four Kings or something like that. People, don't try this, please. But there's a game where you actually take and you do this game involving a mirror and a candle. And what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to recite a specific string of words at a certain time in between, I think, midnight and 3 a.m. And once candle goes out, you're supposed to relight it, but you are only to look in your peripheral at the mirror because there will be an entity present in that mirror. So what you have from that song is I'm looking at the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. You're having somebody that's basically telling you flat out that they're calling up spirits.
That sounds like the Candyman to me.
Yeah, no shit. Or bloody, what was it?
Bloody Mary.
Yeah.
Bloody Mary.
On everything, Joe.
What the fuck is that about?
See, that's what I'm saying. When you look at this stuff with eyes of discernment, you start to see the saturation in everything. You got to understand that there are groups out there that are willingly and happily participating in this stuff. And they're basically brainwashing everybody into accepting this behavior, accepting this as a normal.
Yeah, sorry about that, people.
And the only way that you actually can fight that and say fuck you right back to them is to not participate in the fuckery.
Well, yeah, you have like the Ouija boards and all that stuff. They've always opened your mind to the dark side.
And you have untrained people that are doing that shit. They're opening up portals in houses. They're opening up portals in spaces, and those things are left unchecked. You end up with people that end up sick, that'll end up dead eventually because they're surrounded by energy of souls that have already passed. And they get surrounded by that energy. And that's basically what these celebrities are doing. They're calling up principalities for their fame, and the principalities are the ones putting on the show.
Well, even I think even Beyonce admitted that with her Sasha Fierce.
Right.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
And so did Jay-Z. He admitted it too.
About her, about himself.
About himself.
He says he was saying like he becomes somebody else once he gets on stage, and he's like in a trance. He said he's in a trance.
But you know what? Not trying to be funny, but a lot of vloggers are like that too. They're different people when they get behind the mic. Now I'm not relating that to the same thing, but I'm just saying that, this vlogging thing does turn people into a different character.
Right. Well, a lot
Well,
of
and
people
that
don't
goes with
know.
transparency too.
Even sex is a part of witchcraft, and
hmm
you, yeah, that's what they say when your eyes roll in your head.
It's sex magic.
You're
You can use
yeah,
sex magic to manifest things.
right. You're in a trance when your
What?
eyes roll up in your head. Yeah,
Yep, they do. It's the same kind of practices that they do when they are participating in the indulgence of children. They
yeah,
are
ritual.
utilizing that trauma to manifest something personally for their own personal gain.
Yeah.
And that's part of the belief. And they have the rituals and they have the understanding because they are basically willing masters of Satan.
Well,
Yeah.
let's use Kanye for example. Now, he is surrounded by witches, in my opinion.
Yeah, the Kardashians. Yes.
Pretty sure they get sent to, where is it, Romania, somewhere, when they're very young for this specific training. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I believe that the Kardashians.
I thought they were Greek.
No, they're Armenian. I don't know where they.
Armenian. Oh yeah, that's right. Armenian. That's right.
Yeah, but
I don't know that they're witches per se, as I think that they are some form of.
Look at all the men in their life.
Well, that and if you
Bruce
look
Jenner,
and if you research it,
Jesus Christ.
If you research off-world beings, the behavior is typical of insectilians. I know people don't want to hear that shit, but Native American ancestry.
What did you just say?
Insectilians.
What the fuck is that?
It is women, a specific lineage of mostly females that have the psychological capability to control men like worker bees.
Now,
and they sexually, like succubi, take their energy and take the seed from the men in their lives to manifest more power by creating new progeny.
Now wait,
you are an educated woman, I can tell you.
she's been studying this for many
years. Succubi is a Greek word. Well, it's a Greek word to mean lay under. It means to lay under. And incubus is the man, which means to lay on top.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That shit is fine. But what happens? Okay, so let's say, using them as an example, they create all these children, right? But somebody's got to go. So how the hell do they pick and choose when it comes to that?
They sacrifice people.
I know, that's what I'm saying, but how do they pick?
Well, a lot of times with some of these groups, what they do is they'll do the firstborn, they'll do the first male. It just depends on what their cultural beliefs are or their off-world beliefs or what have you. A lot of the stuff that we see with the pedophilia and all of that stuff, that's all reptilian behavior. They're very cold-blooded. They don't promote the nuclear family. They hop from partner to partner, and they're very low vibration.
But all right, but doesn't that take away their responsibility and agency and what they do?
They're not bound by the same rules as us because they're not from here.
That's right.
Like the movie V?
Well, the ritual,
which almost gives them a path to be immoral.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a part of Satanism. And the most innocent thing there is a child. A child is innocent. They don't know the difference of right or wrong.
And that's what a lot of these elites do. They take their own progeny and they indoctrinate them and they beat them and they force them to participate in these rituals, and it breaks their psyche. They become agents and they become controllable.
And it's also started in Greece, the pedophilia. They said there's no greater sex than with a child. That's what the Greek philosophy is. By the way, Tom Hanks is a citizen of Greece now.
Yes, he is.
Isn't
that interesting?
Yeah.
And he had to go to court there not that long ago over him changing the property along the beach line of the property that they have over there.
Yeah.
He was trying to make the public beach a private beach, and he had to actually go there and deal with the court system in Greece because he was basically stealing land.
Wow.
And if you look at the house itself, what he was trying to do basically gave them more anonymity, and he put a hedgerow of trees and purchased this place with a hedgerow of trees to give them a little bit more seclusion.
Right. This happened in American history too. I can't remember the lady's name, but she owned like some land that was on a beach, and the government literally took it from her. I mean, soldiers marched on her property and took her land from her. But I can't think of the lady's name. And she was so
It doesn't ring to me either.
it was she had her own army. She hired people to fight for her. And she went against the United States Army. I can't think of her name right now.
You threw me for a loop because that's something that I haven't researched, but that's definitely worth looking into now.
Yeah. It was a lady, and she owned. That's interesting you said that about Tom Hanks. Well, he stole the land, but she owned it, and the government took it from her. They took her land from her.
Well, that wouldn't be the first time they've done that, and I doubt it's going to be the last. But what's interesting about that part of this conversation is, in essence, when we're coming to the conversation and the topic of who's more racist, you've got here, at least in where I'm at, as I've said before, a lot of the melanated community that's here have a portion of their families that will not allow their children or grandchildren to be associating with children of other races, particularly white people. And most of that is because we still have descendants in this county that up until I'd say probably the last 10 years, they've lost those family members, but they still carry the name of the slave owners. And there's a whole other group of people that are here that have they have a genetic trait of albinoism, and they pass that on to all of their family. And they're also a family that's descendant of slave owners.
Well, that's most of the black people in this country. They still have their slave owner's name attached to their names, and that's. I mean, they got black people so deep in the rabbit hole, man. It ain't funny. It's just, and if you don't, that's why I try to enlighten people on a lot of the stuff that's going on, and they don't realize it's happening. People don't. They think they're being patriotic, paying taxes. No, you're a slave.
But that's why
you're just trying to keep the government off your ass. That's all you're doing.
Well, you're paying them to work. If you don't pay them, then you can't work. What kind of shit is that?
The military.
And not only if you don't pay them, they'll come take your shit. It's not just that.
They'll come throw you in jail. That's right. So that was it was illegal at one time.
Yep. Ryan James made a video yesterday about a guy that lost his house over taxes, and how much he owed was $8 in taxes, and they took his house.
Yeah, I mean, you can pay for your house, and you still got to pay taxes on the land.
There's a house right half a mile from mine. It's like in between $250,000 and $500,000. Nobody's lived in it in 9 years. Okay. It's on a corner lot. It's beautiful. It's starting to deteriorate. And I'm like, why would a person just leave this house sitting here on a great lot and not do anything?
They were probably stuck in a nursing home.
No, I looked it up. I found the owner. He's about 20 miles out. He pays the taxes every year. He just is never at the house.
Right.
I'm like, that's wild to me. You got this big ass house and you just are letting it deteriorate.
Yeah.
Could be haunted. Who knows?
There's truth there.
Like you said, it could be a portal. Something, something we don't know.
Well, and that's an interesting topic too, because when you have these conversations, I've been on a couple of different channels where they talk about, the taboo of S&M and bondage and all of that kind of stuff amongst the melanated community, how it's basically a self-fulfilling form of hatred. While you've got a whole group of people that are basically being fed on how they need to act, they need to pay attention to, what needs to be part of their culture, what they need to keep their focus on, and they're using sexuality to be able to keep people from focusing on betterment.
Yeah, they have all us distracted with other issues that aren't as important as what we need to be concentrating on, because we should be concentrating on these guys. But instead, we're fighting amongst ourselves.
They're keeping them stuck in sin.
Kara, it's interesting you said that, because I'm looking at how young girls now, they have this word called thought. Have you ever heard of that?
Yes, that hoe over there.
Okay. Well, that comes from Sarah Bartman, if you know who that is. They used to call her Venus Thought. And she was one of the first women exploited sexually and everything else, and she had a big behind, and that was like that's why they made the buffles, because of her. The dresses, make the dress sit out, look like the woman has a big behind. They made those because of Sarah Bartman, and they were fascinated with her ass, and she died at like 33. They worked her to death. I mean, they just constantly had her doing shows, and then they prostituted her. Then they took her body and stuffed it in a museum. They wouldn't give it back to her family for decades, and they finally just gave her body back to her family so they can bury her. But it's interesting, these girls now calling themselves thoughts.
Well, and that goes back to the issue of slavery.
Yeah.
When African women and indigenous women did not have any rights, basically under the Constitution, they were not protected under the Constitution as a protected class. They were violated.
I know,
all over the place.
But now women think they run shit more. I mean, I'm not being a sexist, but you got more women preachers than anything, man. I think the Bible said that women should keep silent at the law.
Right. Well, it just sickens me to see these girls twerking their behinds on every fucking media outlet.
Yeah, but it also says we need to treat our women like we treat the church.
But they're exploiting themselves.
We don't do that.
That's what I'm saying.
Shots fired, John. There you go.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
Shots fired, John. There you go. I take it.
$100,000 for pictures. You feel me?
Yeah, but these women are exploiting themselves, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, and they're being programmed to that.
If you could give somebody a few pictures and you make $100,000, what are you gonna do?
Well, I understand what you're saying, but
it's still a setup failure. All right, so
it's like that sexing thing,
right? So she makes bank. She's gonna get a bunch of things immediately. What's gonna happen to her is she's gonna get just incredible amounts of attention for doing almost nothing. She's gonna get paid. It's gonna go to her head or ego. Then her looks are going to fade. She's going to get older, and she had developed no character, no skills. And so when she's older, she's going to be alone, and she's going to be looking at the system that she bought into. And
sounds like Kim Kardashian.
It's all a setup.
Yeah, it sounds like acceptance of sin in hell.
Kardashian is not. She's not. What you call that? She's not submissive to her husband. Why is she to her husband?
Because she's an insectilian. They rule the men.
Yeah, that shouldn't be like that.
And I'm trying to understand, like,
your husband's the boss.
Hi.
And I'm giving her away. I said your husband's the boss.
but ask yourself this: how is she famous? What has she done? She can't sing.
Ray
She
J,
doesn't act.
same way
She doesn't act. There you go. The Ray J films.
Hilton got
The-
sex
Right.
tape.
That's right. That's right.
But they were
So
famous
Like
before
Paris
that,
Hilton.
just
But
not.
not
They
that.
were famous before
Just
that
like
because
Paris
of
Hilton.
OJ. They
So
were
DJ,
famous
you're
before
right.
that because of OJ.
Paris Hilton. Yep, Paris Hilton too was because of the
Yeah.
sex tape.
Yeah, DJ, you're right, man. That's what happens.
They
But
must.
that's
But-
the same. That's the same scenario you just described. Is basically embracing sin and going to hell for it.
Right.
Well, how
It's,
It's also gaslighting the men because if everywhere you see is just women sexualized, and then there's this other message in the mainstream that women are not only equal but in some cases superior, but then you look around and you can't find a lot of moral or loyal women, you're
Right.
being gaslit too. They're trying to push you.
Right.
And
That's
that's
why I was
part of the
talking
old
about,
system that's trying to die.
yeah,
And I
they
don't think toxic
Uh,
femininity is the cure for that by any means.
right.
Well,
That's
Black
why I
Lives
was,
Matter says that they want to get rid of the patriarchal family.
Oh,
You
wow.
know, the matriarch.
They want
that's why-
the patriarch back.
Well, that's why I was mad at Jada Pinkett because, like she's a married woman behaving like this, and then a lot of, I mean,
future, bro. Don't you know?
but a lot of women supported her on what she did, and that shows you that people don't value the sanctity of marriage anymore.
Do you know why? Because the narrative is real simple on this.
Right.
When men cheat, we're dogs. When women cheat, the men must be doing something wrong. It's not satisfying
It's
her right.
still sin.
That's the new narrative.
Yeah, but you
Right.
know what? We didn't
She's
make
a married woman,
rules.
but she's a
Women
married
don't
woman.
do what men do.
Well, she's a married woman, and she's sleeping with a young kid. He was a kid to me, and that's why he's out here running his mouth. Anybody knows if you sleeping with a married woman, you keep your mouth shut. You don't go around making songs about it and
But Will
telling
Smith ain't a
telling them.
threat. Will Smith ain't a threat. He's a pussy. What is he gonna do?
Well, Will Smith did get caught. Jada did.
I know, but I'm saying
He's also being accused of stealing men's virtue.
Well, I've heard some crazy things about their personal life.
he was in a whole other country with a whole other
Well-
chick before she.
Well, all I gotta say is look at their children. How did they turn out?
Yeah.
Imagine being the corny dude that married a chick that was with
Tupac.
a rap
Yep.
legend. Imagine that.
All these women still say they.
There's no way he's not insecure about that. He's gonna be. I
Well,
guarantee.
what
He's
I heard
soft,
is
so
that
you
he
know he's
wouldn't talk to
insecure about
her, so she figured out a way to get his attention.
They had already decided previous to her doing that they were gonna have like an open marriage. So this isn't really new. It came out
Well-
in the media so hard and heavy they had to address it.
Well, my thing is this: when you start making up stuff like that, you're making up your own rules to the game, and that is not what marriage is about.
That's
Marriage
not what
is
God
about-
wants.
That's right. Marriage is being demoted to one person that you're married to, not going around sleeping around with younger boys or
I don't
whatever.
know if you've been in these YouTube.
Yeah, but
streets.
some people they don't see it that way. They just see it as a contract, like a piece
Yeah,
of
but
paper.
see, you're making up your own rules, and that's not how
Yeah.
it works.
But the
Because they
thing
see it
is-
as a contract. They can make any rules they want.
But
if
you
you're
also
if
got to
you're
look
gonna
at
sleep
it.
around,
These
don't get
two
married.
people. You got to look at it too. These two people have been incepted by sin. He's
Yeah.
over here. He's
But-
over here on this side raping black men. She's over
Wow.
here on
Yeah.
this side preying on young men.
That's
Well,
why
we
they have
talking about-
Say
prenuptial.
what?
Well, now
You
you're
know,
talking
they have
about people
prenuptial
selling
agreements.
people selling their souls again. 'Cause
Yeah,
that's all
that's
that is.
exactly what it is. And they're told they have to do these things.
Hold on, guys. Tell them about your friend that went out to Hollywood. What happened? Tell them about that.
I had a friend. I was once in an industry before when I was doing Christian rap. My guy BBJ, he signed with Prince Marky D,
Oh, okay.
Mark Morales, and he had a major record label. There's a song called "Don't Blame Me" because he was a Christian rapper. If you look up BBJ, Big Brother J, and he was famous. He was out there, and I went years ago, over 10 years. I went through a divorce, and he's called me every day, man, because my daughter was an artist. She's out in the industry before, and he told me, he said this. They called me Reese back then. He said, "What's up, Big Reese?" I said, "What's up, man? You know what? I left Hollywood because Illuminati is real, man. I left Hollywood. So now, what? He at a storefront church. He's poor as hell now, but he's rich. Him and his wife doing goods. He left Hollywood to be at a storefront church, and he's broke almost, and he's happy.
Yeah.
He's happy.
Did he talk about? Did he talk about to you seeing spirits and the?
Yes, he said that.
I know exactly who you're talking about. I actually found his channel by accident.
BBJ, Big Brother, good friend of mine. Says,
you got comedians like Cat Williams who exposed this lifestyle that's going on, and they made his life hell for it.
Yeah,
because he wasn't supposed to talk about it.
They did the same thing to Dave Chappelle.
Yeah.
I was just gonna.
Well, they tried to.
I don't think Chappelle.
They tried to put him in a dress, and he
I still don't think it's him now. I think he's been replaced.
Everybody's talking about the clone thing. They think it's a clone.
You know what?
Yeah, Tom Hanks.
They've got reason for it. They've got reason for it.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on.
Did you see the latest article about Kanye getting admitted to the hospital in Wyoming? It's like he's trying to break away, and they won't let him.
Yes, that's because he is under their inception.
Well,
he has willingly surrendered his seed to these women.
He's gonna have to walk away.
Kanye is not the same Kanye. I could tell you that. He's not the same.
He has been indoctrinated, and the whole thing with him bleaching his hair out was part of it.
Yeah, but it's like I see him trying to like step out, and he gets sucked back in. He takes 3 steps forward and 6 steps back. You know,
I guarantee you, and I guarantee
he was throwing a MAGA hat, and I look at him like, dude. Think for yourself.
Is that what happened with Britney Spears too, when she shaved her head and all that?
She went crazy.
Yes, because she was part of the Disney Channel, and if you've researched some of that shit there, they've all done that kind of stuff to those kids. Every one of them.
Orlando.
Yeah.
What was it?
Yep.
What is
There's a bunch of them that have been involved in this shit.
Definitely.
Look at Corey Haim and Corey Feldman. Corey Haim OD'd. Who was that?
He became a drug addict over Charlie Sheen.
Oh yeah, he's the face of the kids that have been molested or whatever. He's always there talking about it.
And he's incepted by sin as well.
But now I'm starting to think he's doing it for money, though.
Yeah, but when we have these conversations about the fact that this man has a history of predatory sexual behavior in both sexes, it stems to the fact that he has given in to sin, and he is basically, the sin has gotten hold of him. So when we have the conversations about Will and Jada, that's all I see. I see them surrendering to sin.
Yeah, Huckleberry. I remember River Phoenix. I was thinking about POD too. Yep. The little girl, they got her too. You're right, ass mama. You're right.
Yeah.
I heard some.
Quote unquote. That's the little girl. That's the little girl from Poltergeist.
Right.
She died.
They said she died at her bowel.
She died on the movie set.
Yeah, and that was basically she was sodomized, and it killed her because it ruptured her bowel and the inside of her bowels.
Well, I thought they died in the helicopter scene.
Yep.
There was a scene of the helicopter crashing and that they were all in there or something. I don't know.
Nah.
Look at the JFK line. They all die.
Right.
The Kennedys, they're all they get killed.
I heard something, but I don't know if it's true. They said Donald Trump was going to let R. Kelly out of jail.
Hell no.
To try to get to black folk.
Man, free Hoover, Trump.
Fuck that.
Free Hoover.
No.
Free Jeff.
He's another one. He's another one that's been incepted. He's another one that's been incepted.
Free my GD folks.
I say free. I say free Hoover.
Free
Well,
Chairman Hoover.
some people say JFK Jr. is alive.
Free Chairman Hoover.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Free the Constitution.
Free Jeff Ford.
Yeah.
Free Jeff Ford. Fucking free them all.
I tell him
They're all political prisoners, man.
yeah, you need to do more advocacy for them.
Well, and if you talk about the racism, talk about the fact that Vermont just decriminalized poverty. Why haven't we done that here yet?
When is
how's it a crime to be poor?
Yeah.
Because you can't.
Because they come up with all these dumb ordinances. So if you're homeless,
not only that, but when you get hit in jail so many times, you got 3 strikes. Well, that's going to keep you poor if you can't get gainful employment.
Well, where's all these jobs that's supposed to be created?
You can thank Biden for that one.
Where's
Thank
all
the
these
Clintons,
jobs?
thank Reagan, thank Bush, thank Ford,
You know what?
thank a whole bunch of people.
The little bit that Trump has done, I give him credit for letting people come home. But we got thousands more, honey, that have to be released.
Matter of fact, look up marijuana laws and look up the fact that you've got a high school athlete that was charged with 3 counts of rape, and he only served, I think, 16 months in jail. And another dude got popped for an expired medical marijuana card, and he ended up in jail for 25 years.
And I can tell you what color they both were.
Yes, you can.
He's gonna free Hoover. Well, I hope he does. Jeez.
They are talking about it.
They've done him so bogus, and people don't understand. This is one thing that pisses me off.
Yeah, they are talking about it.
I'm not a Chicago native. I did only live there for a year, but I've been around people for 20 plus years from there. Chicago is fucked. They do underhanded shit. They put dope on you. They put guns, and people don't want to believe it. And then they'll say, well, you didn't have to pick up the guns. You don't even understand. People are forced into gangs. It's not like it's glamorized. Nobody, you have to have protection. People don't have an understanding on this.
When I joined the GDs, I tell people, when I have joined the GDs, I started living in GD neighborhood, living in folks' neighborhood, and I got beat up every motherfucking day. I got labeled as being in that gang because I live in a neighborhood. So I had no choice. I was there. So I was getting beat up every motherfucking day. They're jumping on me. I had no backup. And then all of a sudden the GD was cool with me. Like, what up, man? Once you join, I'm like, man, fuck it. I'm tired of motherfucking Lad King fucking with me. So I joined him.
Hey, Mo, you know that guy that got killed? That Rastafarian that you knew?
Yeah.
Supposedly it was the Viceroys that killed him.
Well, no wannabes.
Wow.
That came out yesterday.
Fake ass vice lords in Milwaukee. No.
Well, let me hit some other stuff.
That's what they're putting the blame on. That's what they're putting the blame on. That's what they're saying.
Well, look at this. Look at this, though. Systemic racism is the reason for, as we say, the funnel prison system. And on top of that, you look at the fact that these are predominantly in communities of poverty. And then you add to the fact the statistics. The statistics, hold on, the statistics are 63% of young men between the ages of 11 and 20 were put in jail for murder because they shot their mother's abuser.
Well, let me ask you this. How is it okay to pay you 23 cents an hour to work in a prison?
They don't even get
that. How is that? You know, they give you nothing and they make you work. And I guess it's a privilege.
Well, it's in the Constitution that slavery is abolished except for the convicted felon.
And you can't even get the right to vote.
The commissary. Guess who's a big holder in the commissary? Bob Barker.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
And I believe the only people that can invest in that is private entities.
Right. Privatized prisons.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be doing away with that. I don't know how true that is, but these prisons that are privatized, there's a lot
That's
of
why
funny.
I hate when people say, "Oh, white supremacy doesn't exist." Okay, you can say that, things are equal and everybody has a fair shot and blah, blah, blah. But when it comes to this right here, this is not fair, people.
It's not, and it's the criminalization of black men.
Right.
It started in the early.
The problem
It
is
started after the
misattributed to the
Civil
wrong
War.
people.
They started doing in the silent films. They started projecting a white man done in blackface, and they criminalized the black man before the turn of the century.
Birth of a
And they
Nation,
have systemically done it in such a way as that even into the age of the Central Park Five, it drilled and indoctrinated into the public for them to be afraid of black men, for them to be afraid of the men that live next door to them, that live across the street from them, that live in their communities.
Well, that's propaganda,
The super predators. This is all shit that's been specifically constructed to create the division.
I got it.
So if we're going to talk about racism, that's the biggest form of racism there is. And it started before any of us were ever alive.
Right.
And it's been a construct that's been in place to create us, to bring us to this moment right now where we're basically losing all of our rights and freedoms.
I can tell you, I watched a white guy commit crimes every year for 15 years, felony after felony after felony, okay? He got 15 years for each felony. The other guy I know who had, I think, 3 felonies, 1 misdemeanor, he got life. The only difference, color of skin.
Yes, ma'am.
Of course. Well, that's
also it depends if you're a squealer or not.
Well, that's
if you give information, they let you get it, because I've had problems with some precincts where they let people criminally operate.
Yeah.
As long as they fed them information.
But how do you get a life sentence with no drugs, no money, no pictures, only people to say he did it?
Well, that's called the RICO law.
Well, I know.
And with the RICO law, they don't need any evidence or anything.
I know.
They just need someone to testify against you.
Probability and somebody to show up. Yeah.
And a lot of times those are paid informants, and they can frame you and ruin your life with that law.
And so let's talk about that too.
And that's how some of these people stay out.
Because that's
how some of these people stay out of jail, is by doing that, by turning innocent people in or setting people up, just so that they can make their quota to keep themselves, going.
And part of what those are called agent provocateurs, and the people within the Illuminati are the ones that are funding that.
Yeah.
There are more people that are gang stalked, and if you look up what that is, that's basically a program where anybody at any level can basically put a hit out on somebody and get them swatted and get them locked up, get them so alienated and isolated that they basically either give in or they kill themselves. Wow. And it's a psychological psyop specifically designed by the military and the government and funded by the Rothschilds.
It's funny you just said that a high-ranking police officer just killed himself today in Chicago.
Really?
Yepers.
Yeah, he committed suicide.
And the fact that you want to talk about this, let's talk about the fact that in a lot of these cases, it's women of color. Predominantly, it runs to women of color and women with children.
But this guy,
and the amount of violence that actually happens, that's their end goal. You have hands on and hands off. The people that are hands off, they try to gaslight into committing suicide. The people that they don't commit, that they're allowed to put hands on, they go through the whole gamut of technology that's been made available that the government has created to basically control these people. They've got tech that can make you basically get up and control your body. They've got tech available that can send voice to skull.
Well, this cop worked in the Homeland Square area, and that's called a black zone in Chicago, where they can arrest you, take you into this building, and nobody can. They don't give you a phone call. Nobody knows you're there. They can hold you up to 72 hours in this place, and nobody even knows you're there.
So it's like a Blackwater site.
Yeah, it's they call it a black zone.
Yep.
In Chicago.
Well,
it's a police department, but it looks like a building.
We called it a high crime reduction zone.
Well, I wouldn't call it crime. I wouldn't call it that.
No, but that's what they called it.
I call it fucking concentration.
Yeah, it gave them extra authorities where they could come by in a van and just pick you up and.
Well, they've been known to torture and rape people in this building. It's been documented. They've been sued several times. One guy said he was raped by police in there. Nobody knows you're there. For a whole 72 hours, you're there. Nobody even knows you're there. So you're just off the grid for 72 hours.
So I think that all of this kind of answers what the original topic of what the show was meant to be tonight, which is who is more racist. It's the fact that that white men are in control and have been in control so long that they've got every form of violence geared towards people of color.
Well, they've even oppressed their own women as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, white women had to fight.
Do the topic again because it started off and went.
We have a part two to this.
Yeah. Well, like she just said, we're really talking about it, but it's like in a little more
white people drama.
Yeah,
we're discussing it along all the different ways. We're discussing all the different forms of the systemic racism.
Right. And that's when you say racism, that's a form of power. So when you say racism, it's said that black people technically cannot be racist. They can be bigots. They can be prejudiced. They can be prejudiced, but they can't be racist. We don't have the power to control white people. We can't do it.
Yeah.
We can't control where you live. We don't control where you work. We don't control if you go to prison or not. We don't have that kind of power.
But okay, let me just say this. Like me, a regular person, I don't have control over none of that shit either. So I mean, I understand what you're saying, but on the flip side of that, I don't have access to that money. They're not my bloodline. That's what I'm saying. We don't have this blind loyalty.
Well, you're right. It's a team sport. And a lot of times racism doesn't work with just one person.
Can I give an example? It's like playing dodgeball. Okay, and they pick all the certain people to be in the game, and then you're last to be picked if you get picked at all. It's kind of like that. So even though you may not be experiencing a profit because of your skin color, you're getting picked over someone else probably on something, you know, in some way. You're getting an advantage because they're getting picked last when it comes down to it. So it's like, that's why I say it's kind of like playing a dodgeball, and they pick their friends, you know, all my friends, I'm picking them first.
Well, here's the kicker to that. So until we have a turnover in the amount of representatives in basically government switch over from predominantly white and other to African American, then we're not going to have the ability to say that they can't be racist and only they can be racist.
Yeah.
But they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it.
I understand her point because one racist can't do anything. It's a team sport, and like you said, it's systemic. So you got.
I don't think it can last forever because we have a lot of mixed breeding. You know what I mean? A lot of people are mixed. So
that's what a lot of these people are afraid of. That
exactly.
You know, genetically, they're being wiped out.
Yeah, and that's why they brought up the whole concept of Planned Parenthood. It started out for white women, and it systemically moved over to African American women predominantly. Once they abolished slavery, they were planning to outdo
inferior races, is what they said.
Well, find other ways to eliminate black people. Other ways to eliminate them.
Yes.
Yeah, and well, 60% of abortions in America are by white women, And what's going on is that the death rate is higher than the birth rate.
Yeah.
So
I would
now,
say it's actually. I would say it's actually the
It's
reverse
genocide.
of that.
you
It's
think the
actually
birth
the
rate is,
reverse of that. No,
you think the birth,
the abortion rate is higher within African American communities.
do you
Yeah,
think so?
more black people, more black babies
Yes.
are aborted than they are born.
They're saying 60% of white women are responsible for the abortion in this country. 60% of abortions, and they're saying that's because white women are becoming more independent now. They're not they don't have their foot on they're not living under the foot of these tyrant white men anymore. They got
Oh,
careers, they're
they're under
working.
that impression about global warming and the world's going to end in 8 years, and you don't want to bring a child into this world.
Right. So a lot of white women are more independent. They got careers, they're working. They're not trying to be barefoot and pregnant.
Well, look at it this way too. They didn't
Like,
start bringing in laws about abortion until 1880. So it's been going on for that long.
oh yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that the numbers are high in black community. I mean, just like 80%, 84% of white people are killed by other white people, but you don't hear white on white crime. You see what I'm
No.
saying? You hear that coin phrase, black on black crime. And I'm
Well,
not
and that's
saying the numbers
because
ain't
of
high.
all of the systemic separation.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, you'll hear
Well,
it.
and now you got social distancing now, so
An Arab kills somebody, it's on every channel. You know,
it's on every channel.
yeah,
Well,
right away. You know, they automatically assume because the Arab did it, it had to be terrorist.
You know,
And I honestly don't think there are as many racist people in America as what's actually being portrayed.
no, it's not.
No, but
I
I think with the height of the country,
But right now, it's on a rise. Right now,
yeah,
it's definitely on the rise right now. Because I'm 51. I've never seen so much racism in my life. At one point, I thought it was dead. At one point, you know, and now it's just stuck his ugly head back out.
well,
And
people tried so hard to keep it alive, and now with
Yeah,
what's
they
happening,
keep us separated.
yes,
They want us separated.
you got all these
Well-
these crazy Karen incidents, and
Oh my God! Don't get me started on them. I can't
Police
even
are-
with that shit. I cannot even with that shit.
Hey, where the
But
white
to
women
go
at?
back- To go back to the beginning, what Kelly was saying about she was getting ratted on and getting hated on for going out places and stuff.
mhm.
That is part of the reverse card where women are mad that any man within their community is quote unquote off the market. And then you've got a whole nother group of women and another group of men that are professionals, that are career goal people, that are looking at it like this. I've got all my ducks in a row, but I still can't get a lady of my heritage. Well, that would be because she's more concerned about making sure her own ass is covered and her own shit is covered before she's
Right.
going to subject herself to being with somebody that may or may not be able to carry her in a healthy partnership.
you know. But when I see it the other way, I don't frown upon it. I look and if people are smiling and they're happy, more power to them. I don't give a fuck who you choose, because A, it doesn't affect my daily life, and B, if that's what makes you happy, I'm happy for you. You like it, I love it.
Exactly. And
it's
you can
fun. I
understand,
mean-
you can see, at least on a very limited perspective, why these women are angry. They're angry because they've basically had all of the men taken away from them from decades of systemic racism.
Yeah.
You know, the first
Unfortunate.
interracial kiss on TV was Captain Kirk and Lieutenant Uhura.
Oh yeah. I don't know if that was the first. though.
No,
I think,
it wasn't. I'm going further
think
back. I want to say
think
it was.
Jim Brown.
It was. Oh God! It was a comedian.
I thought Jim Brown
Betty
kissed
White.
somebody.
Betty White, I think, was one of the first women to actively have an African American man on her show back in the, I think, early 60s.
And they kissed?
I want to say,
Because I heard it with that the Kirk
I heard it was,
Uhura one was the first kiss on national TV.
well, Jim Brown did it too, though, and that
On
was
national
way
TV?
before. It was a movie. He did it in the movie.
Oh,
I
Man,
love
that
that.
was
What's that movie
that,
with Sidney Poitier? Guess Who's Coming to Dinner? Is
Guess
that?
who's
yeah,
coming to
yeah,
dinner?
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
yeah.
That's one of my all-time favorites. That was
But yeah, I think Jim
A
Brown
Raisin
did
in
it
the
first.
Sun. A
yeah.
Raisin in the Sun.
Oh,
I
he's,
remember Lillian Fields, how he played in Lillian Fields.
I love all those movies.
In the Heat of the Night.
Sidney Poitier he's one of the legends, man. He was one of the first people to win an Oscar and first black person to win an Oscar.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the motherfucker who got killed on Night of the Living Dead?
No, wait.
No,
No.
No, you're thinking of Regis Philbin.
I used to watch.
right.
I used to watch Bill Cosby's movies he made in the '60s, all serious.
Oh yeah.
You seen those? I
I'm
mean,
thinking that's
it wasn't really a comedy. It was more serious with Bill Cosby. In the '60s, he made some movies.
Free Bill Cosby.
Wait, let me kind of.
Well, I like Uptown Saturday Night. Let's do it again. Him and Sidney Poitier.
Yeah. Let me kind of tell you guys what happened today that really kind of sparked this title.
Yes, please, because I apparently missed something.
Well, quote unquote black YouTube. I'm saying that in air quotes because I don't really get it, but I get it. If you know.
Black YouTube.
Yeah, that's what they call it. There was a panel, and some arrogant white guy got up there, and he came to troll and insult the black men on the panel. Okay.
Nacho?
No.
Tar Baby?
No.
This had to have been what BMT was talking about on the other panel.
No, wait.
Okay.
That was like the third panel. There was an initial panel where it happened at, and then the guy had to kill the stream, and then they went over to another panel and they talked about it there. The guy came back and they kind of went back and forth, and then BMT did a panel about it. And the bottom line was the man came to insult. He did not come on a building, in any type.
Well, he came to cause chaos and
Yes.
disrupt,
Yes.
confusion.
And
Just like these Black Lives Matter people
absolutely.
did in riots there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so it led to multiple other panels, including BMT. And I didn't get a notification for BMT, but I seen it when he was at the end. But anyways, it was embarrassing because I don't want to claim him. You know what I mean? It's like
Why you got to claim them?
No. I said that in the beginning. Nobody's entitled to claim anybody. There's no blind loyalty. I was gonna get to that, but sometimes when people do things, you look at it like, oh man, like that kind of reflects you. Like people are gonna look at you in a different manner, which I don't feel like is fair. But I'm saying that kind of that will run through a person's head. But at the end of the day, no, I don't have to claim him. I don't give a fuck about him, and especially with coming in and trying to cause, problems amongst other men, and then knowing that there's already tension, can we come in peace, man? Can we try to work this out? Instead of coming in swinging like you're the top dog and nobody's smarter than you.
Well, unfortunately, Kelly, some people don't want people to
That's the
unify.
Yeah.
They don't want peace.
That's the thing about anarchists. That's the thing about anarchists. They don't care. All they're into is destruction and tearing everything down.
And that's also the paid ugly shady side of YouTube that is called controlled opposition.
Yeah.
And they're paid to do it.
Well, all these media outlets have something like that. Even Facebook, Instagram, They got this stuff called fact checker now. If you post certain things, they'll tell you, "Oh, this is not true." Get the fuck out of here. So they're watching you now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's all that tells me, that they're watching what you post, and they're
I
trying
know
to.
they're watching me.
I made a joke and I went to Facebook jail. I said, "Oh, because of the coronavirus, the election's been canceled, so Trump's the president for another 4 more years." Oh,
Well,
that's
I've
fake
been-
news. You're in Facebook jail for 30 days.
Yeah, I've been
That's
in
funny that
Facebook
they
jail
got
for the
you
last
for that.
30 days.
That's funny that
My-
they got y'all for that, because I've been posting the same shit, and they gave up on me because I kept throwing all the facts to fact check the fact checkers, and they
Right.
had to prove it is true.
Well, this is the thing. Once they get you in Facebook jail, it's just like going to jail for real. They'll just keep doing it to you
Yeah.
because
Gets longer and longer.
like you've never been in Facebook jail, have you, Carolyn?
Not once, and I post shit
So,
about.
Well,
I
that's why
post
you're
all
getting away
kinds of
with it.
shit. I post everything about. I post everything that they have been fact checking and trying to false claim, and I
Right.
I've been
posted
in
how.
Twitter jail.
I
I've been in
posted
Twitter
how
jail.
both. I posted how both Reuters and Snopes are owned by and contributed, not owned by, but contributed to by both Soros and Gates,
Yeah.
and they can't disprove it because
and
it's fact.
Southern Poverty Law Center's involved in that.
Well,
that
I've been in Facebook jail for the last 30 days myself.
So, what was your
So,
Facebook crime?
It was a Packer fan,
Oh,
and
good grief!
he called me all types of facts and everything, and then when I responded, they got me and they didn't get him,
Yeah.
and that pissed me
That's
off.
what they do.
Yeah,
I was.
she did that to me too. She called me every name in the book, and then when I responded, she flags me.
Yep. Yep.
Well, I'm
Right.
gonna
They
tell
do.
you. I'm gonna tell you firsthand. When they started doing the coronavirus hearings and the live streams every day on social media, I guarantee you, I'm one of the reasons why they quit allowing people to post links. I promise you that. I can promise you that, because I was posting all of the facts to debunk all of the bullshit that they were talking about, and I have since the very beginning of this horse shit.
The first time I was in Facebook jail, I posted the American flag, and I was shocked. I was like, "Are you kidding me?" Being a veteran, I forget it was Veterans Day or something.
Yeah.
And I posted the American flag, and they put me in Facebook
Memorial
jail. I
Day.
was like,
Memorial Day. It was
Yeah.
Memorial Day. They did a lot of people like that. They allowed people to show the flag being burnt in videos, but they basically put you in jail
Wow.
for posting a patriotic gesture for your fellow servicemen and women.
Well, I called somebody a coon, and they said it was a hate crime, hate speech.
"Oh, I got death threats," and they say, "Oh, that doesn't violate our community standards." I'm like, "Oh, okay." I had one guy saying that he wanted to set off a bomb and everything, and they're like, "Oh, that's okay."
Yeah, it's crazy, man. They just
They call me a race traitor. They call me everything.
Well, that's part of this whole conversation too. That just gives credence to the fact that the people that own and run these platforms are all white in majority, and they are the ones that control all of what gets put out. So that's basically the answer to the question of the topic tonight, at
Well,
least
they
on
say
my
the-
standpoint.
well, they say the victors of war controls the narrative.
Mm-hmm.
So of course
I mean,
they could, make up whatever they want.
expect me to be a victim because of my last name and be a Democrat, and I don't subscribe to that, and that triggers them. They don't like that.
Well, when I was very young, right about the time Clinton was about to be elected, was my first year to be able to vote. And the main factor that I identified at the time with that party was that there needed to be more social programming and things like that for people that needed it. There needed to be the allowance for a woman to choose whether or not she was going to save herself or save her child, or whether or not that child would even be viable. And those were the two biggest reasons why I subscribed to being Democrat. And in this point in time, I'm more or less basically an idealist than anything else.
Mm.
Yeah, I voted for Ross Perot. I didn't vote for Clinton.
Mm.
Ross Perot was running the numbers and telling us what was going to happen if we didn't change our ways.
And I'm going to go ahead and shame myself. I haven't voted once because I know it's a rigged system.
Yeah,
Well, that's why I say, I mean, it doesn't matter whether you vote Democrat or Republican. You're still putting that coin in that slot machine and you're getting the same shit coming out when you pull the handle. You know, nothing
And
changes.
it just
really,
keeps getting
you know?
worse. It just keeps getting worse. That's the sad thing. And the people that talk about whether or not it's systemic, if you're talking about systemic racism, why are the people not voting in more people of color? That's the question.
And
That's
each
the real
side
question.
uses the same thing. Each side uses the same thing. Change. We're going to make changes. Obama said he was going to make changes. Trump said he's going to make. Everybody keeps saying we're going to make changes. But we end up with the same shit pie for dinner. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, nobody's.
Go ahead, my son.
Yeah, once nobody's lost an election by more votes than Donald Trump, and still became president. So he actually lost the election, but he was the Electoral College put him in.
Yep, because Hillary has a popular vote.
Look at Rapper, man. Rapper, your ass be doing too goddamn much. Over here. There you go, right there. Rapper, you be doing too much. I'm posting what you just said.
Oh no. Oh no.
Ooh, it's like you trying to Facebook, my nigga.
Now you know what? If you post anything like that about Trump online, you're gonna have FBI show up at your door.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've had people say that to me about me, and Facebook said it doesn't violate their community standards. I guess I got to be a public figure before they'll say anything.
Yeah.
They put on very questionable material, so that, and again, in and of itself, allows them to say that all of this is okay, and everybody has to just shut the fuck up and accept it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I've seen
I got
videos.
bullying. People tell me go kill myself. You know.
I've seen videos where that was like X-rated on Facebook.
Yes,
and
sir.
You mean to tell me I can't say pussy
you can post
or ass
something
or
like
anything?
that. Well, what's even worse is that they're allowed to post pornography online, but you can't post the American flag. How ludicrous is that?
I know.
So again, that goes back to the controlled agenda and the narrative, and the fact that
Instagram is good for that. You know, you get all kinds of weird shit on Instagram, and which is owned by Facebook.
FBI.
I'm curious to know what's going to happen with the sports, because if people are going to be kneeling, I can imagine a lot of people are going to pull their money.
You know what? And you know what? But you know what, Kelly, I want to respond to what Kelly said. That shows you, after everything that just happened this year, these motherfuckers ain't learned shit.
Yeah.
Because
absolutely not.
You want to know why?
They're still trying to make it about America and patriotism. It has nothing to do with that. It's about police. It's about police brutality. That's what it's about.
They don't know. It's a difference to them. To them, it's a disrespect to the flag.
That's nothing to do with the flag.
But they don't get that part, Dre.
Yeah, but they do it during the raising of the flag. That's the thing.
I don't give a fuck they do it for the flag. I don't give a fuck.
And Trump is talking about, I don't want to see anybody kneeling. I don't want to see anybody kneeling. A lot of people don't know the kneeling in the sports events started with baseball. Baseball players used to do it when protesting lynching in America.
Jackie Robinson.
I was gonna say that.
Okay.
I did a report. I did a book report on him in 3rd grade. I still love his little sock ball.
That's where kneeling started.
Jackie Robinson, y'all.
That's where the kneeling started in baseball.
Well, to me personally, as a veteran, it bothers me. I'll just be honest.
Why? It's not about America or the flag. It's about police brutality.
No,
which I
understand what it is.
Yes, I get that.
That's what it's about. It's not about America. It's not about the flag. It's not about patriotism. It's about police brutality.
But I tell conservatives,
and I'm curious, John, why it bothers you. I don't understand that.
It bothers a lot of veterans. It's not just
no, but there are veterans that are saying doing it. There are veterans that are kneeling themselves.
Well,
they're saying, you know, America was founded on protest. That's what we got to understand. Okay, so to say that it was okay back then say it's not okay now because black people are doing it, it's hypocrisy.
Oh, it's not. I don't mind it because it's black people doing it. I don't care who's.
No, I know that. No, but I'm just understanding. I don't understand why it bothers you. I don't understand that because it's about police brutality.
I find it because it's supposed to be a revered time to respect the flag and all those that died before us.
Okay, but why? They're supposed to be on freedom, justice, and equality too, right? But it's not, is it?
Yeah.
But it's not, is it? It's not, is it? So I think these people have a right
there's a time
to take the knee.
There's a time and place for it. There's a time and place for it.
What better place to do it when the world's watching?
What? No better time. See, why can't you do it after the anthem? Why can't you do it before the anthem?
The oppressor don't get to tell the oppressed how to protest. They don't get to do that. Okay? The time is whenever they want to do it. And they feel like the national anthem is the time because it's supposed to be about equality, justice, and all this other stuff, but that's not happening in America.
And it's a slap in the face to suggest it is.
So yes, take the fucking knee, and I'm with anybody who does it.
I'm against. So on that same conversation, when it comes to the sport,
I don't blame the flag.
Well, it's about police brutality. Well, this George Floyd.
Remember, being in the military, it's drilled into us to respect our flag. You know?
Okay, but people saw what happened to George Floyd, and they still don't fucking get it. It's just amazing to me.
Yeah.
Well, and then the other conversation is.
See,
the other conversation is.
Dre, I agree with all that. Dre, and you know I do. That ain't that's not the issue for me, though. My issue is that I've been brought up and raised to respect the flag and to die for the flag if need be. And so, therefore, it means a little bit differently for me.
Yeah, but
that's the only reason for me.
But
personally.
That's not disrespecting the flag. What it is,
I'm not telling others what to do. I'm just saying, for me, it bothers me a little bit personally. That's all I'm saying.
It's not disrespecting.
People can do what you want to do, but
it's not disrespecting the flag. It's bringing attention to an issue that is happening in this country that is far out of fucking control right now. And it needs to change. It has to change.
What we need to do is take a knee in front of the police station, in front of the White House.
Well,
I mean, of the powers that be, because the flag
knee. I've seen cops take the knee. Come on, man. It happened. So
that's where it needs to happen. Is out there where.
But those are the ones who understand it. No, why not do it when the world's watching? Okay, that's one thing. I'm not a big follower of Martin Luther King, but I do respect what he did. He brought a spotlight to the racism that was going on in America. When the cameras were on and the whole world was watching, it brought attention to what was really going on in America. If those cameras hadn't been rolling, nobody even knew what the fuck was going on.
Let me ask you this. Did the protest for George Floyd bring worldwide attention? I'm not talking about the art and all that.
Yeah, it did.
So that's why I'm saying. So by marching, you got a worldwide effect also.
But it all started with Kaepernick was taking the knee, though. If he had never done that, with
George Floyd being murdered. That's how it started.
No, that's not where it started.
I mean, this particular event.
Kaepernick was taking the knee long before that.
Yeah.
And that's what brought attention to it.
I mean, we're talking like Eric Gardner, other people. This has happened. I don't deny that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying though is that we need to voice that by protesting, which I don't have a problem, not rioting, but protesting.
I agree with you, John.
And getting our voice out to those people that are in power and make those changes. I don't have a problem with any of that.
I always say this.
And as far as the flag goes, if you can do what you want. Anybody can do what you want. We're in a free country. But me personally, that's how I feel. That's all about the flag. You know what I mean? That's just me personally. If Deborah, if she wanted to kneel, that's her choice. But as far as me, that's how I feel. It's nothing personal against anybody.
Well,
It's just how I've been raised.
I understand what you're saying, but
yeah,
I feel like this: if you're trying to bring attention to something, it's no better time to do it when the world is watching.
I mean, it's the same thing. Like I won't disrespect the church.
Okay,
I won't disrespect
I'll tell you
boss.
this.
I won't disrespect. You know what I mean? I won't go in there.
Well, all I can say is if they come up with some kind of police reform and they stop this fucking brutality that's going on, then people won't take the knee.
Well,
but long as it keep happening, long as people are still being fucking murdered by police, and they go home and have breakfast with their family in the morning, it needs to continue with the knee, man, until this shit stops. And like
Absolutely.
I said, the oppressor.
Well, I think they should be out doing stuff.
All I got to say is the oppressor. The oppressor.
Taking a knee isn't going to actually make the change. It may be like.
Well, it's bringing attention to it.
But
and that's what needs to happen.
It's not the marches for George Floyd that is causing attention right now.
No, the knee. It all started with the knee, buddy.
And that was after Michael Brown.
It all started with the knee. And all I can say is the oppressor don't get to tell the oppressed how to protest. Okay? You don't get to tell them, hey, don't take the knee during the game. Fuck you. I'm going to take it when the world's watching. Because it's a bunch of bullshit to sit up and hold my hand over my heart for a country that doesn't give a...
You heard what I said. I don't care. I don't mind if that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do. But I'm just saying, for me personally, I'm not taking a knee because of my personal feeling.
Well, that's your choice.
But yeah, exactly. If others want to do it, that's their choice. But me personally, I won't do it because of what I've been through in my life.
But it's funny when the baseball player...
The next question would be...
They didn't say nothing, huh?
Well, the next question would be, is what are we going to see? Have we made any progress by the time sports are brought back? Because I guarantee you these owners of these teams and the insurance that they're going to have to cover to be able to keep social distancing and everything else in place, they're going to be pissed. And you're going to have people that have your take, Dre, and you're going to have people that have John's take. Because I know quite a few people that feel that the disrespecting of the flag is
well, you know what?
Against being...
I'm going to tell you who started that narrative.
No, I understand.
Donald Trump was the first one to say that bullshit, okay? And that's why he pisses me off. He's got bigger fish to fry than to worry about if a fucking player is taking a knee. That's none of his fucking business. And
it's hurting his buddies. That's all that there is to it. And that's what I'm getting at.
It's changing the narrative, though. It's changing the narrative.
When they burn the flag, it bothers me.
But it's changing the narrative of what people are taking the knee for. Yeah. It's not disrespecting the country.
Even burning the flag bothers me.
But it's not disrespecting the country or the flag. It is bringing attention to police brutality. That's what it's about. It has nothing to do with disrespecting America, because if that was the case, they're probably burning flags. They're not doing that. They're just taking the knee in protest. That's all it is. It's not disrespecting America.
If you look
People love America. They love America, but they don't like what America stands for. When you say freedom and justice and equality, for who? Not for us. We haven't experienced that yet. Black people haven't experienced that yet. We're still waiting for that part.
Now,
so we should take a knee.
Can you guys see this chart right here?
Let's see.
Hold on, I gotta get up there.
Yeah, I see.
Oh,
is that the death or the incarceration rate?
This is death.
Okay.
And it
looks familiar. That was why I was asking.
Yeah. It's 2000. It's 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020.
Where's this at?
This is in the United States.
No. Where's this site? Who's doing this?
Right here.
He's asking who published it. What is it? Statista?
Yeah, Statista.
Okay. Do me a favor. Look the same thing up under the FBI.
Okay, I think I tried to do that. Hold on.
There's a university that's doing it.
PragerU, I think.
Let me try this. Why the hell did it do that? I hate this computer. I think I tried that. Hold on. Oh, this is 2000. That's not it. That's... I'll try to find it. Go ahead and keep talking. I wanted to know, let's see.
If you look up, well, if you get to it and you find it, you look up the FBI statistics on crime and death. And the police, what is it? God bless it. What is it? It's the yearly crime rate statistic by the FBI. And I think it starts at like 2016 and it goes all the way to 2020. And 2020 is kind of lingering because they don't have, obviously we're only halfway through the year basically.
Dre, your devices are not connected. For some reason it says devices not connected, so we can't click you into the stream. You might want to go out. You might want to go out and wait. Okay. All right.
There it is.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, when I reached for my phone when you put that chart up, it just fucking went out. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, but it's not that people don't disrespect. It's not even about disrespecting America, and I don't know why people keep saying that. But
because they're being programmed to believe it, honey. That's why. It's part of the agenda. It's part of the indoctrination agenda to continue to separate people. And if you want to piss off a huge group of Americans, you've got a significant number of Americans are veterans.
Yes.
Right.
And we're taught in the military how to care for the flag. And so that's why, I mean, it's really drilled into us about the
okay,
flag.
but what about what it stands for?
You know what? That's a good thing, because even people like my father at 71, let me tell you, he has never, ever, first of all, he don't talk much, but he doesn't cuss. He's a Christian. I've never heard him say anything remotely close to a racist comment. But it's something about kneeling to that flag that really irks him. He does not, even when my son tried to explain it to him, it made him think, but he still will not agree that that's the appropriate time.
Okay, but what about what the flag stands for? That's not being exhibited.
And that exact question. What about what it stands for? And like Kelly said,
I'm in agreement, but I also was brought up. There's a time and place, that's all.
So those are the constructs that we are indoctrinated to believe.
Yeah.
And another way to sow division.
Yeah, because in reality, it's only a piece of cloth. I realize that. I mean, even though, but
do you get more attention doing it when the cameras are rolling, or do you get more attention when the cameras are off? Because it's being done to bring attention to a certain issue.
No, absolutely. I'm not arguing that.
When the cameras are rolling, that's the perfect time to do it.
I'm just saying that people...
but they interview you. If you have a good game, they interview you after the game. You could say, hey, you know what? I'm for this, and I'm against this, and this is what needs to be changed.
Listen, I know one thing. Black people are getting tired of people saying, do this and do that, and then they still don't get any fucking results. Okay?
Yeah, I agree. It needs to be
then when we burn this fucking place down, now they want to say, oh, look how they're acting. But you got a problem with me taking a knee? That's the least that can happen.
And that's where the conversation of the overt and unintentional racism happens.
Right. You know,
That was one of the questions I asked at the beginning.
I don't know
Who
about
of
that
us are
because
guilty?
for me, it's not a black and white issue.
Right,
well,
but that's your interpretation.
Because it wouldn't
but
matter
it is
even
though.
if
It is.
anybody. It doesn't matter even if they're a different gender. It wouldn't matter. It's just the flag itself.
Well, it's
Because
a good
I
thing
agree with
people are-
everything you say.
It's a good
just when
thing
it
people are
comes to the
taking a
flag,
knee
so-
instead of picking their guns up. How
You know,
about that?
It's like how some people feel about the Quran and some people feel about the Bible, that how it should be treated. And some people will mistreat it. And that's just how it is. I mean, I met one person that says that every time they have a rally, they burn the Quran. You know, they put bacon on it and they do all this to it. And I'm like, they say they get that because they get a lot of media attention for that when they do that.
Well, I
You
can
know?
put it this way: would you rather have black people take the knee or go pick up their guns?
I'd rather the issue be resolved. Actually, that would be my choice.
That's okay.
I'd
so,
actually fix the problem. That's
And
what
that's
I'd
the
rather
question,
see.
and that's the further question. That after that is the question: are we really willing to use the flag and its symbolism as this source of division, or are we going to say, okay, let's take the flag out of it, period, and look at what's going on to change?
Exactly. Because black people have been marching for years, and we're still in the same fucking position. Nothing's changed. So I mean, people, no matter what you do, it seems like people are gonna have a problem with it.
Honest,
People are gonna have a problem with it.
Actually, black families were better off in the 60s and the 50s than they are today.
They were
Because you
better.
guys, the fathers weren't taken out of the home. You had
Well,
your
they were
own
better
Black Wall
before
Street.
that too, though.
You had
Like,
your own black businesses. You had your own black communities that
well,
were
Black-
thriving.
well, Black Wall Street was in the 1920s.
Yeah, but I'm
When
saying
we
up
still,
until the 50s
when
and
the
60s.
family, when the black family structure was still intact. Then
Yeah,
he brought
up until
in,
the 50s and 60s.
then he brought in the food stamps and
Yeah.
Section 8 and all that shit destroyed black families.
Welfare.
Yes,
Because
it
you
did.
couldn't have a-
Welfare. And when that didn't do enough, then they went to this super predator thing.
Yes, it did.
Answer this for me, please.
3 strikes.
Did Section 8 and food stamps destroy the home?
Because you couldn't have
Because
a
it made
man in the house.
it made the male move out of the home.
How?
Because the
couldn't
woman
have a
Or
man in the house.
disqualified them
In
because
order-
they were locked up
Oh.
for crime.
Let me
If you
tell
have a crime, you
Okay.
cannot live in
Let me
Section
say
8
this.
housing.
Let me
No,
tell you,
that's
Kelly,
lie.
Kelly,
That's
Kelly,
not true.
Kelly,
That's not
Kelly,
true.
Kelly, to qualify for food stamps, you could not have a man living in your house. Okay?
Okay.
To
My
qualify
parents-
for
And they
Section
come and
8,
check.
you could not have a man living in your house. You need to see the movie Claudine if you never saw it.
Okay.
With
I
Ray,
will tell
with Ray
you.
L. Jones.
I will tell
Ray-
you from my own
Check.
experience with my own parents. Okay.
Mm,
When the Section 8 late people would come, my dad would remove his stuff for the day
Yeah.
thank you.
and then come back. So I do know that. Okay.
Okay,
And let me
and
ask you
black
something.
people did the same thing.
And how did
And here it's a law that you
that
cannot
takes away his pride. That takes away
have
his
any,
pride.
not
and his
have
dig-
any crime or any kind of
out
criminal
of the
record
house.
to be qualified for HUD housing
Well,
or
that
Section 8
law-
housing.
Okay, that might have been a law back then. I know now it's different.
It's still law now. I'm on the waiting list. I'm on the waiting list. I've been on the waiting list since 2016.
I have a friend that has what is it? It's a felony. I don't know exactly what it's for, but she got Section 8 housing.
We're talking about two different states, and I was just talking
Yeah,
about this
yeah.
today. I was talking about this today. Each state is its own corporation.
Well,
That's why
like
the
White
laws
said
are-
at the very
that's-
beginning too, the Constitution changes from state to state.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
why the laws are different in each state. The law of the land varies from state to state. We don't
It's
have one
it's
law.
like the whole thing with the mask. It's like having a
That's
pissing
every-
section in a pool. How are we going to
Every
get
state
everywhere,
has their own
anywhere? With,
constitution.
how are we going to get anywhere if the laws are not uniform all the way across the board for everybody?
That's
You're
right.
You're right.
Only federal law is.
I agree.
And even that might
Because every
vary.
state has their own constitution.
And like the
Like I said,
process.
Like Oregon,
Well,
Up
Well, each
until
state
just
is its own.
recently, you couldn't even live in Oregon if you were black. It was in the Constitution.
Yeah, yeah.
Just up until recently.
Each state is its own corporation, so they have their own ways of taxing and whatever they do. You know, each state is different.
So that calls back and answers to the question: how do we get past it? We put our feet on the ground. We get involved. We get into the activism of changing the laws in the local, city, state, and national levels.
Carolyn, I've been saying that for 5 years on YouTube. I don't think anybody has. I'm not saying anybody, but it is so easy. You can go walk to your, I don't know about right now with COVID, but your governor is so fucking accessible. It's not even funny.
Yep.
If you're having a problem, call your state representative. They will help you. And if they don't, make them.
Well, they should help you.
I'm just saying people don't think about it or do it. You know what I mean? Like when
that's because they're being distracted with everything else around them.
That's right.
It's a never-ending circle jerk conversation.
Yeah,
right.
And also a lot of people don't want to do the research.
It's not research at all. It's what, Googling up their phone number?
Everything is smoke and mirrors. Everything is smoke and mirrors.
Don't take that time.
Writing a letter, sending emails. I mean, really, minimal effort.
Let me tell you, if you bug a person enough, I've dealt with the federal government before, okay? I didn't like one of their policies. You know what I did? I kept calling them. Eventually, I got the right person. They made it happen within a week or two. See,
there you go.
Persistence is the key.
Now, how long did that take, Kelly? How long did that take, Kelly?
90 days.
The biggest thing I worked on was the Americans Disability Act in the 1980s. And we went to Washington to get arrested to get it to pass. That's the biggest thing that I got, and it got passed. And that was a lot of work.
I stood up and I petitioned and I went to my county government to fight against them bringing 5G down here. I mean, it takes minimal effort, and that's the thing. Too many people just can't be bothered.
Yeah, that's how I started with disability rights, and then I started getting more active in other areas.
Because there's a whole bunch of YouTubers out there, just like Kelly, just like Mo, just like the rest of us, that are saying these things and are actually doing it.
Well,
are putting it into motion.
That's why we need to figure out how to get past the race thing so we can build, because if we don't come together, we might as well just fall in line like sheep to the slaughterhouse. I mean,
but it's like swimming upstream, you know, going against the tide, because media and the education system is all forcing everything a certain direction.
Yeah, but this is where we have the conversations like this on this panel to say, as I have stated before, everybody pick their subject and their section and go to your local congressman, go to your mayor, go to your state representative, and then take it further from there if you have to.
Oh, they already think Deborah's crazy already. She calls so much.
You know,
she's got the list. She gets the list out and she starts going off.
God love her.
You know, like I was going to say this with the project buildings that they build. Before they did that, you know, it was a study done previous to that. You know what happens when you put rats in a predicament like that?
That's right. They eat each other and they eat their babies.
Exactly.
Yep.
So it's all experimental. That's why it was called projects.
It's sickening, and I would think that there's so many people that have woken up. Yeah, there's still some that are asleep, but I'd say that's more of like the boomers and the Gen Zers. But I think our group has been more, you know, we might be.
Wait a minute, what's wrong with the boomer?
I'm talking about, I should say more like people my dad.
I'm the baby of the boomers. I'm like the last of the boomers. My age.
Well, and those would be the folks that don't. Those would be the folks that are the ones like the Karens, like he was saying earlier, that are the ones that call the cops on people knowing full well what the statistics are of violence against police.
Guess what? My
Right.
dad ain't calling the police on nobody. He'll act like he didn't hear shit. And this has happened. Mo will vouch for this. My dad will look at the police like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So he ain't calling no cops. But I just think that it's the thing about him not knowing. Like if I tried to explain, I wouldn't even waste my time and try to explain Illuminati to him in Hollywood. He would never believe it. He would never get it. It would be a waste.
Or the kneeling of the flag either.
Well,
Yeah.
I've had this conversation with my aunt. We argued because I told her that I supported Trump, and she damn sure voted for Hillary. I know that for a fact. And when I enlightened her to a lot of the stuff that I have researched, she just started. I literally watched her eyes start to glaze over, and then the statement that came out of her mouth next told me exactly where her mindset was. She said, "Not everything can be a conspiracy, and not every conspiracy theory can be true." And I said, "How is understanding that the government is subjectively, literally, and metaphorically creating division, dissension, death, and chaos on a daily system and a daily scale, and you still are voting for somebody that you think is going to help people, and yet over here they're on
Hillary.
video eating people's faces."
Right. Hillary is far worse than Trump.
Yeah. Well, now it's going to be Biden and Kamala Harris.
I knew it. I knew it.
And I like what Trump told Hillary. He said, "I'm gonna have you arrested."
The news came out today
Mhm.
Oh,
that it was Kamala Harris.
John, let
Heels
RBR
up Harris.
let RBR tell it. Trump, if he gets reelected again, he's going to jail. I'm like, go to jail for what?
Once they're selected and elected, they
you know what you
cannot
tell
be tried.
RBR? You tell
Well, you know,
RBR, well, then that means Pence will be president. What are you going to do then?
Well, you know, he was partying with Epstein and all those guys. He was a part of that too.
I'm not.
Oprah Winfrey, a whole bunch of people that was partying with this guy.
But
Ghislaine Maxwell introduced him to his wife.
Partying with somebody does not mean that you know what they do in their back.
Excuse me, hold on. These parties, you didn't go to these parties unless you were participating. This is not just
they
your
had
regular.
blackmail on you.
This is
And
not
Trump was a playboy.
This is not standing up against the wall, listening to music all night.
I mean, I don't give a damn how many bras he
partook.
slept with. I don't care what he's doing sexually.
Oh, I'm quite sure he's done more than that.
I mean, as long as it ain't illegal, I don't give a fuck what he's doing.
He was known to be messing with little girls at one time.
Mm-hmm.
They got pictures
Walking
of
into
him.
the pageant back room dressing rooms because they would give him attention because he was rich and famous.
I mean, he's got a picture with a 14-year-old girl on his lap.
His daughter, saying that his daughter was a hot piece of ass.
That's what I'm saying. And they got pictures that look like he damn near kissed her.
Was that on Howard Stern? Was that on the Howard Stern?
This is on social media. It's a picture of him with his daughter on his lap with two fish having sex.
On the interview with Howard Stern, he says a bunch of shit too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that guy is not.
I would definitely say
his hands aren't clean. I could tell you that.
Well,
he may be draining. He may be deep state, but he's definitely deeper
I'm voting
state.
Trump. I'm definitely not voting Biden. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
well,
you know that Kamala Harris is always used to being the second chick, the side chick.
Well, once again, we're choosing the lesser of two evils. Once again, choose your poison.
Well, it's still evil. It's still evil.
Yeah. What you say, Mo? 4 hours?
No, I'm saying
he's got 15 minutes left.
We got 15 minutes left. At the 4 hour mark, I'm cutting it off.
All right, Playboy. I got you.
Yeah, my phone's at 27%. I started at 50 and I've been plugged in. I found an extra extension cord.
See, look, you know what? I'm like a Howard Stern. I do some 5 or 8 hour videos. I'm gonna do long videos like Howard Stern does.
Wasn't that one we did that one time? Wasn't it like 13 hours?
No, it was an 8 hour video.
We did it all day and
all day. Now I went to the store. I came back and everybody was man.
People came. People left. People came
it was like 10 people on the panel, like 10 people. Man, that was lit.
You know what that's called?
People were popping in and out.
Syndrome.
Well, this is a good panel too, Mo.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Got the intellectuals here.
Talk, man.
Look, even that other guy, DJ, whatever his name was, he was pretty good too, man.
DJ. Hey, we gotta get Kato True back on here, man. We gotta like this go.
Whoa. It's gonna be a lot of screaming. Might be a lot of screaming and yelling.
We're gonna have one fuckery video.
You know, but that's my girl though. I like her.
Yeah.
Just one fuckery.
She does tell the truth though. She does tell the truth though.
Oh, she gets a lot of trolls in her channel.
Yeah, because she probably one of a few Trump supporters that believe in reparation.
Yeah.
So
she set up a GoFundMe.
She's got her own on Facebook, right?
Yeah.
Kayla Truth.
Yeah, look up Kayla Truth here on Facebook. She be on there.
No, she's friends with me, but
okay.
I'm gonna have to turn my notifications on when she comes on. So
yeah.
I'll know when she's doing it.
She gets a lot of people triggered.
I know.
Yeah.
Well,
she doesn't believe in foreigners. She doesn't, she's all Americans first. Yeah.
I'll be laughing.
She doesn't like Candace Owens.
I don't like her either.
I don't like her either.
She met Candace Owens. She's all like she talked to Candace. She said Candace Owens brushed her off.
I'm sorry, but one of her soulmate or her intended soulmate ought to be Ben Shapiro. I swear to God.
Mo met Candace and her husband.
No, when I met her, she said she loved my videos. We kicked it. I mean, Brad.
Candace is I don't like.
Mo met the guy. He's a white guy that she married.
I know. I don't like him.
Man, he showed me mad love, George Farmer. Like, what up, Mo? He knew my name and everything. What up? Hey, what up?
I believe they got to be paying her to say some of the stuff she say, because she can't be that stupid, man.
You got it.
You'd be surprised, Dre. You'd be surprised.
To say racism don't exist, you got to be a fucking idiot to say that.
Yeah.
Well, that just speaks to the fact that she's got privilege. That just speaks to the fact that she's got a privileged life because she's never lived any form of racism.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, she must be living under a rock because, I mean, it's just...
Well, that goes along with all the other people that don't understand what the conversations that we've had tonight about overt or unintentional racism. By her statement, she is in effect pissing off millions of people that look like her, that are looking at her like, bitch, are you crazy?
Because she doesn't know the struggle.
Exactly.
She don't know the struggle.
So I go back to that conversation. If you have not got enough money to buy, sell, or trade another human being's life, then you do not have privilege.
That is the capitalist society we live in.
Well, that's the 1% society that we live in.
Oh,
the people that can get away with capital crimes with no jail time and basically traffic people and basically traffic people and kidnap and steal little children, and continue to walk free every day, where your neighbor that got busted with a expired medical marijuana card is serving 25 years with no priors. So with the triggering and all of that stuff, I'm going to leave on this note and go with Bill Gates' little message: spay and neuter your children. Much love, y'all.
Spay and neuter your children.
All right. Hey, love, Carolyn. Hey, thanks for coming on.
Absolutely.
Hey, love you, Mo. Love the show, man.
Hey, appreciate love you, bro.
You're my dude, man. You're my dude.
Man, we roll with this shit.
Dre.
Coming through, Dre. Dre,
All right, Kelly.
Dre made my day. He came through like, oh shit, yeah. I know. Look, he used to come on a Sunday Night Rumble. He came on the Tuesday night. Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. I seen y'all on. I said, man, let me get in
over
here.
the league, like fuck it. Hey, nigga.
I was triggered from what happened earlier.
What happened?
Pissed off with that white guy for doing that bullshit.
What, he was trolling or something?
Yeah, and then he came on and tried to say, in such an insultive way, like, our IQ scores are higher than yours.
Oh, he's an idiot.
He's
talking about, well, he must have read the book Bell Curve Theory. He's an idiot.
And then one of the guys had asked him, I only caught a little bit of it, but they asked him, like, so you mean to tell me that the schooling between the average white kid and an African coming, an average white kid that, like Bill Gates' kid, and then an African kid that is coming, from a hut, are supposed to score the same?
He's an idiot to even say that, right? Africans, they're not living in huts like that, dude. They got cities.
He was just making, like
he's showing his ignorance. It's stupid. You just don't pay. People like that just want attention. You just don't give it to them. That's all.
Right. And I think that was the decision at the end of the panel, but it was just the point. It made me mad that white guy came up to intentionally try to insult them black men and think that he was superior when he is not. And I just didn't like it. That's all.
I should say some of the comments people send me.
Mo, I was listening to you the other night when you were saying, he was like, bring out the truth or something. I was just like, whoa, what is he talking about? But I just try to be honest.
Yeah. That's how I
just try to be honest, man. I don't like to, try to.
I don't care what side it falls on. I just try to be honest.
Yeah.
What? You want me to go out there? What?
But Kelly, I should send you some of the comments that I get. You want to see?
My God.
For me personally, that's the kind of people I run into. I have problems with growing up, everything. That's why I say white people drama, because I don't experience that, but only through. White people
want attention. They just want to be heard.
Oh, white people get into
no matter how ignorant they are, they just want to be heard, man. That's all.
Well, he did get put in his place.
I wish I was on there when he did it.
Yeah, he ended up leaving, but I guess he thought he was dealing with some stupid, ignorant black.
But you know what? I find those kind of people, they would never say it to your face.
No, not at all.
I dream of those days. I dream of those days,
Yeah, they're cowards.
I dream of it. I want them to come say it to me.
Yeah, they're not going to do that.
Believe me,
They're going to hide behind social media or some kind of outlet like this where they can talk shit and not, have to be confronted by what they said. That's what they do. They're just cowards to me.
Yeah.
But it's just, I just don't pay attention to a lot of stupidity and ignorance like that. He probably would have triggered me though, saying some dumb shit. I was like, man, get the fuck out of here, Mo. Get this guy off here.
And I thought, man, that's a poor fucking representation. It's like, oh my God, why did he just do that?
Well, Mo used to have a guy that came on when we had Google Hangouts, and he would play Nazi music in the background. Literal Nazi music. Because he figured nobody would understand what the hell he was doing. I was telling Mo, man, you can't have him playing Nazi music on your shit.
Well, Mo, mute your mic now.
Huh?
So
Yeah, but this was Google.
I said, Mo, I'm
That was
Google
Google.
now.
Yeah, that was Google Hangouts though.
That was funny how you kept muting her.
I'm listening. I'm just man. I'm drunk and I'm up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
she'll go on and on and on.
On with her stories and won't let nobody else talk. I know she's done it to me.
Oh, when Melissa came on the motherfucker. Oh
yeah. Yeah, she would not let you talk, man.
I ain't gonna. I did boot her off. I did. Look at me. I told
her. She's very.
Hey, Carolyn, that's why I say the worst racism is the closet racist.
No, Melissa's sweet. She got kind of annoying.
She all right. We had some words one time. I think it was about the statues or something.
She tried to call me out one day.
Yeah, she did.
We got into it about the statues. She was like, "Oh, they shouldn't be taking the statues down." I went ham on her ass. I'm like, man, fuck those statues. Fuck those statues, man. Take them all down.
No, she got mad because I didn't. She was mad because I didn't have any pro-Trump stuff on my personal page on Facebook. And I told her, I got family that don't dig that, and I have my grandkids and all that. I can't be putting all that stuff on there,
Right. Hey Mo, they just took down the Christopher Columbus statue too in Chicago.
Yep. In Grant Park.
That nigga ain't discovered America any motherfucking way.
No.
The Indians are here first. I said it. I get put out of class because I said that shit.
Not just that, he was a piece of shit.
I don't really care about statues, really.
He was an invader.
Statues are a European thing.
Yeah. He was an invader. He wasn't. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. Statues are an African thing.
Fuck that.
They were doing it in Egypt long before.
No. But I'm talking about bronze statues, iron statues, where they put it like the way they've been doing. I'm not talking about tribal statues and stuff.
Well,
because the same in the Middle East. The Middle East had statues too. So did the Egyptians. But what I'm saying is, they would actually pay to have a statue made of them, so that they could be there to live on forever.
Right, that was the way. I'm a
Martin Luther King fan. I'm a Malcolm X fan. Fuck Martin Luther King.
Yeah, I am. Malcolm is my man.
I mean, they're gonna put a statue of George Floyd up.
That's my head.
They're gonna put a statue of George Floyd up.
Well, I think that's doing a little bit too much, though.
Man,
I think that's doing too much.
George Floyd wasn't shit either. Fuck out of here, y'all.
Why would you put up a statue of him?
That's what I'm saying. That's doing too much.
Put statue of Larry Hoover if you're gonna do that.
That's doing too much.
Then, goddamn it.
Or they gonna
Well, you heard what Biden said. Biden said that George Floyd is more relevant worldwide than Martin Luther King Jr.
Oh fuck
no!
He said that. He said that 3 weeks ago.
Joe Biden is an idiot. Joe Biden is an idiot.
I'm triggered.
If you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
He's an idiot.
Racist ass Democrat. They can say what the fuck they want to say about Trump, but at least he's open who he is.
Well, it ain't gonna matter in 100 days from now. 99 more days.
Well, I give him credit for standing up to the Rothschilds, man.
He always did.
Check, man. He got some balls, man.
Respect, Dre, respect.
Yeah. He got some balls, man.
China too. He's standing up to
China too. And
yeah.
China virus. That one up there, he said that motherfucker came from China.
It did. And why did Barack Obama fund the Wuhan laboratories $3.5 million?
Yeah, Dr. Fauci through the NIH did that.
Yeah, for the coronavirus.
Well,
yeah, funded it. The research.
America funded the coronavirus.
Yep.
So they have to pay them.
Through Barack Obama. See, man, Barack Obama was just a pretty face, but he was a piece of shit, man.
Well, you want to read something? You want to read something funny? Read Dr. Fauci's love letters to Hillary Clinton. That will make you laugh. She was Secretary of State, and he was telling how much he's in love with her and everything.
Yeah, they all devil worshippers, man. All of them.
There's supposed to be a video in England that came out recently about Hillary Clinton having sex.
Yeah, that's what I've been talking about. And she ate it, drunk his blood and everything. Yeah, I've been talking about that. Dude, that's all tied into this Epstein stuff. All that goes together, man. They used to party with these guys. They did whatever they wanted at these parties. They had kids that they, or whatever you were into, little girls, little boys, whatever you were into. And it was satanic rituals. That's all it is. They're all devil worships, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, all of them. And Trump used to party with them too. He was, you know.
All right, we're running out of time, everybody.
I heard it.
We are running out of time. Let me go ahead and end this. And I'm gonna end this, and
we're gonna do this.
All right. Much love, Mo.
Hey, much love to you, Dre Day.
Free Hoover.
Free Hoover. Ford. Fuck the motherfucker. Man, fuck it, man. I stand with the political prisoners.
Yes, sir. They are political prisoners. That's exactly what they are.
Yeah.
Now that's one thing that Melissa works on is political prisoners.
Yeah, she does.
If you talk to her about it, she'll tell you.
And they've been talking about freeing Larry Hoover. They've been talking about it.
You should see that.
Or moving him back into population.
Yeah, well, look at that old ass judge she has, and you tell me if he's gonna want to do it.
Well, he's the same judge that's been on this case.
I know, because the motherfuckers never give up their seat. I swear they want to sit there to make sure that everybody they put in jail has to stay there forever.
It's a power thing. It's a power.
Be 85, still working.
All right, I'm taking the stream, y'all. Hey, we're gonna do a part 2 of this race wars. All right.
All right, peace.
Holla back.
All right, see
we
ya.
out of here.
Be safe.
Hey.
Mo Kelly.
So many things that's held us down, but now it looks like things are finally coming around. I know we've got a long, long way to go, and where we'll end up, I don't know. But we won't let nothing hold us back. We're putting our show together, we're polishing up our act. If you've ever been held down before, I know you refuse to be held down anymore. Well, don't you let nothing stand in your way.
Stay online, John.
Every word I say, ain't no stopping us now. We're running up. Ain't no stopping us now. We got to do. Ain't no stopping us now. I know. Ain't no stopping us now. We got to do. We got it. I know you know someone that has a negative vibe, and if you're trying to make it, they only push you aside. They really don't have nowhere to go. Ask them where they're going, they don't know. But we won't let nothing hold us back. We're gonna put our show together, we're gonna polish up our act. Well, and if you've ever been held down before, I know you refuse to be held down anymore. Well, don't you let nothing stand in your way. I want y'all to listen. moving, grooving, moving, yeah, yeah. I know. Grooving, moving, 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 moving. Ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move. I know.
All right, I'm gone, y'all. I'll see y'all people later. Thank you for joining Thick Skin Only. Leave your motherfucking feelings at home. You dig? So I'm out of here. So I said what I had to say, and I'm gone. Next.